Thank you very much, testifiers. We're going to ask Ms. Matthew to proceed or designate who you would wish to start off.
Good morning. The department will be presenting on the zoning map amendment application.
What was that? Yeah, please, if you could turn the mic up just a notch. Ms. Matthew, you could start over again because I don't think the general public heard you.
Good morning.
Oh, we might have a slight technical challenge.
Good morning.
Try that one. I'll wait till they activate.
Test one more time, Ms. Matthew.
Good morning.
Perfect. Hearing you loud and clear. You may proceed, Ms. Matthew.
Okay. So good morning again. Leah Laplace Matthew with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Territorial Planner. And the department will be presenting on the two zoning map amendment applications. Do you wish for us to proceed or do you wish for the easement to go first?
We can proceed with the easement first. That makes sense. Sir Richards?
Proceed with testimony, sir?
Yes, you may proceed with the testimony, Mr. Richards.
Good morning, Chairman Milton E. Potter, Vice Chair Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Viallet, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Maurice James, Senator Novell Francis, Senator Angel Bolquez, Senator Frederick, and Senator Johnson. My name is Vincent Richards. I'm here on behalf of, I'm the Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property Procurement. I'm testifying today on the behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to offer testimony on bill number 36-0082, a grant of access easement before the Committee of the Whole for consideration today. The Department of Property and Procurement requests this committee and ultimately the full Senate's approval of the proposed permanent easement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Mr. Otto J. Martin. The permanent easement requires legislative approval in accordance with 31 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 205. For the purpose of this permanent easement, the government owns parcel number 75, Estate LaGrange, West End Quarter, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands. Mr. Martin is the owner of parcel number 74, Estate LaGrange, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Both properties run adjacent to each other. Mr. Martin's property at plot number 74 LaGrange is theoretically landlocked. Therefore, Mr. Martin has been using a portion of plot number 75, Estate LaGrange, to access his property. In consideration of $1.00, which is hereby acknowledged by the Virgin Islands government, the GVI and Mr. Martin have agreed to establish a permanent easement for the purposes of ingress and egress to Mr. Martin's property over the government's property. To this end, nothing contained in the permanent easement will result in any forfeiture of the GVI's title or the GVI's property in any respect. Mr. Martin will be responsible for the maintenance and upkeep and repairs of the permanent easement. The permanent easement, which is hereby granted and conveyed to Mr. Martin, his heirs, his successors, and assigns, is henceforth described as a portion of plot number 75, Estate LaGrange, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of 1,302 U.S. square feet, or 0.0299 U.S. acres of land, more or less. The committee has electronic copies of the drawing number 191, the survey of access easement, the photos of the proposed permanent easement for the committee's ease of reference. The Department of Property and Procurement and Commissioner Alejandro are committed to providing assistance and maintaining strong partnerships between the government of the Virgin Islands and the people of the Virgin Islands. The Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests for the Committee of the Whole to vote in favor of the proposed permanent easement. This concludes my testimony, and I'm prepared to answer any questions the committee may have regarding the proposed permanent easement. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richards. Are the photographs that you're prepared to show?
Senator, I emailed them to your office and your staff, and I also have I have them on a jump drive. I'm about to give them to media. I tried emailing them to media, but it bounced back for some reason.
Yeah,
so
I know we had some challenges.
if you give me 2 minutes,
yeah.
I'll have it ready and give it to media.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. I'll just have Ms. Laplace proceed with your testimony in the meantime.
Good morning. So for bill number 36-0094, I will have planning technician Kishoy Samuel present that testimony, but also ask media to pull up the PowerPoint for that file, which is CCZP 0001-25.
Good day, Senate President Milton E. Potter, other members of the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands legislative staff, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Kishoy Samuel. I am the planning technician with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, CCZP, within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, DPNR. I am here today to present the department's recommendation on the following zoning map amendment application number CCZP 001-25. This application, submitted by William Michael Hancock, seeks to amend the zoning designation of parcel number 2L Estate Bakkero, number 5, Frenchman's Bakewater, St. Thomas, from R1 residential low density to R3 residential medium density. The purpose of the request is to allow the 0.59 acre property to be subdivided into two smaller lots, a 1/4 acre lot with an existing single family home, no changes proposed, and the other a 1/3 acre lot with an existing storage shed, future development of a single family home proposed. DPNR has conducted a thorough review of the application, including an analysis of the surrounding land use, zoning trends, infrastructure availability, and public input. The surrounding area includes both R1 and R3 zones, with 3 past zoning map amendments from R1 to R3 nearby. The department notes the following key findings. The request zoning change would align with zoning in the surrounding neighborhood and not negatively impact the area. The proposal supports goals of the 2024 Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan to address housing and regulatory flexibility. Public infrastructure in the form of public water supply is available to support the development, but water is proposed to also be supplied by cistern. On-site sewage treatment has not been proposed by a septic system. No opposition or concerns were raised during the DPNR CCZP public hearing held on March 26, 2025, and there was no post-hearing comments received. The current R1 zoning requires 0.5 acre minimum lot, making subdivision of the 0.59 acre parcel impossible under current rules. The requested R3 zoning allows for 6,000 square foot minimum lots, enabling the proposed subdivision. Both lots would measure a minimum of 11,000 square foot. After analyzing the applicant's request, the The requested R3 zoning will be consistent with the existing character and zoning of neighboring properties, and the department foresees no adverse impacts, thus recommends approval of the zoning map amendment request. The department concurs with Bill number 36-0094. Pursuant to Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Sections 238, the report of the Planning Office regarding this proposal, including the reasons for our recommendation, is incorporated into the record submitted prior to this public hearing. We ask that the PowerPoint presentation for CCZP 001-25 now be displayed.
Could we get the first slide, please, which shows a map geo aerial? Thank you. So this is a map geo aerial of the property highlighted in red. You can see that the surrounding area has undeveloped land and residential development, and to the west is the Westin Marriott Frenchman's Reef Resort. Next PowerPoint slide. Okay, this is official zoning map STZ7, showing the property again highlighted with the red X, and the surrounding area you can see zoned R1 as well as R3. Next slide. We have the conceptual layout proposed by the applicant, showing the property divided into two parcels, one approximately 14,000 square feet, sorry. The second, approximately 11,000 square feet, which has a single-family residence currently on it. This concludes our testimony on behalf of the department, and we are available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace. Matthew, Amelia, do we have the video for the easement? Just for the public's edification, the reason for our delay earlier was we had a few technical issues that we had to resolve, and that led to our delayed start this morning. I get a media now to queue up the pictorial of the easement, which we're considering through bill number 36-0082. All right. Mr. Richards?
Vincent Richards. The easement in question is marked in red. It's at the lower right-hand quadrant of the photograph. Next slide, please. Senators, this is the this is a parcel map that shows in outlines in red the property that's owned by Mr. Otto, and the lower right-hand corner quadrant there's a circle that depicts the entrance in which that's currently being used to access the property, and what where we're granting the easement. Next slide, please. This is a parcel map that just basically shows the actual parcels that are owned by Mr. Otto. I believe it's, you see 1243 and 10050. Next slide, please. Senators, this is the actual entrance to Mr. Otto's property beyond the fence, and the part that's owned by the government is before the fence and the roadway. So, next slide, please. This is another photograph of the entrance, and the part before the fence is government-owned property, and that's the easement that we're granting to Mr. Otto. I think that concludes my slides to give as much perspective as necessary. Thank you very much for your time. And good morning, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richards. We will now proceed with consideration of Bill number 36-0095, zoning map number STZ-6. Ms. Laplace Matthew, are you prepared to proceed with your testimony? You may proceed.
Good morning, Senate President Milton E. Potter, other members of the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Leah Laplace Matthew, and I am the Territorial Planner with the Division of Comprehensive and Coastal Zone Planning, CCZP, within the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. I am here today to present the Department's recommendation on the following Planned Area Development Application Number CCZP 0003-25. This application, submitted by AC Development LLC, represented by Ajani Conero, seeks to establish a planned area development, or PAD, on 2 R2 residential low density 1 and 2 family zoned parcels, consisting of 11.162 acres. Parcel numbers 4I remainder and 4J remainder Estate St. Joseph and Rosendahl, number 4 Great Northside Quarter, St. Thomas. The proposal is to build an 80-unit for-sale residential development over 3 phases in approximately 3 to 3.5 years, and consisting of 28 20-foot townhouses, 36 24-foot townhouses, 16 single-family homes, and 195 parking spaces, 2 per unit and 35 on-street parking spaces. The structures will be 2 stories, and the townhouses will range from 1,200 to 1,450 square feet, with 3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths. The single-family homes will consist of 1,600 square feet, with 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a flex room. There will be individual cisterns, a centralized wastewater system, centralized stormwater management, retention, and additional rainwater harvesting for supplementing the individual cisterns, fire suppression, and water supply augmentation during a drought. DPNR has conducted a thorough review of the application, including an analysis of the surrounding land use, which consists of residential and vacant land, and the Raymer family cemetery to the south. Family cemetery to the south. The surrounding area is zoned R2 and A2, and on March 24th, the public hearing had over 150 attendees who expressed concerns with traffic and road access, stormwater runoff and environmental impact, wastewater and water access, aesthetic and density concerns, cultural sensitivity regarding the nearby cemetery, and affordability and transparency. The department notes the following key findings. The requested development proposal supports the 2024 Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan goals with regards to housing and the lack of sufficient housing in terms of choice, supply, and affordability. The proposal responds to the urgent housing needs in the USVI, which are due to high construction costs, limited developable land, and affordability challenges. The PAD allows for controlled development with binding plans and schedules, in contrast to zoning map amendments, lower environmental impact than subdivisions, greater open space, 65% of site, and clustered design preserving habitat and reducing impervious surfaces. Additionally, a stormwater pollution prevention plan will be required by the Division of Environmental Protection. After analyzing the applicant's requests, the surrounding uses, and the site's topography, DPR recommends approval of the petition to establish a planned area development on the parcels as per submitted engineering plans, models, renderings, and the development schedule. The department concurs with Bill number 36-0095. Pursuant to Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 3, Section 232B, the report of the Planning Office regarding this proposal, including the detailed reasons for our recommendation, is incorporated into the record submitted prior to this public hearing. We now ask that the PowerPoint presentation for CCZP 0003-25 be displayed. The photo shown is a map geo-aerial showing the two properties marked out in red, and you can see the surrounding area is residential development as well as undeveloped land. Next slide. This shows official zoning map number STZ-6. The properties are marked off with the red X, and you can see the parcel that was rezoned to A2. The surrounding area is R2 zoning. Next slide. We have the plan renderings proposed by the applicant, a clustered development, as you can see here, in contrast to a subdivision. Next slide. Another rendering of the proposal. This concludes our testimony on behalf of the department, and we are available to answer any questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace Matthew. Now I'm going to ask the CEO of AC Development LLC, Mr. Ajani Conero, to proceed with your testimony, sir.
President Potter and members of the Committee of the Whole, thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of zoning application CCZP 0003-25, or what we call the residences at 340 North, which is a planned area development intended to deliver resilient, homeownership-focused housing on St. Thomas. My name is Ajani Conero, and I serve as CEO of AC Development. Our firm was founded in Maryland in 2018 and has been registered in the USVI since 2021. I was born and raised here in St. Thomas. And while much of my experience has been built through work in infrastructure and capital development outside the territory, my focus remains centered on contributing and using that experience to support real progress at home. At AC Development, we've assembled a team that includes engineers, project managers, media and outreach specialists, and planners. Our aim is to create development that is not only technically sound, but responsive to the people, culture, and long-term needs of the Virgin Islands. The Residences at 30 North is an 80-home community designed to deliver high-quality, resilient, and energy-efficient housing. All homes will be built using insulated concrete forms, which is known for its strength, energy performance, and climate durability. This will be the first ICF-based community in the USVI and has the potential to set a new standard for resilient development across the region. But it is not just about innovation in how we build. It's also about who is building. The project is being led by people who know this place, people with ties to the land, and a deep understanding of long-term development challenges in the territory. We believe that the Virgin Islands should be developing its own housing, not relying on stateside firms with limited understanding of our terrain, our systems, or our communities. We cannot keep outsourcing our future. Instead, we must train, hire, and build from within, and this project is structured to support that shift. We've also made it a point to maintain open lines of communication with the agencies overseeing key homeownership programs, including VI Slice and Own a Lot, Build a Home. While we are not direct partners, we've been eager and proactive in exploring how these programs can work in tandem with this development. The Residences at 340 North represents the missing link between available resources, ready buyers, and a critical shortage of quality housing inventory. Our funding strategy brings in national resources, including partnerships with enterprise community partners and a Federal Home Loan Bank of New York, to strengthen what we can deliver locally. But the zoning approval we're requesting today is what allows us to move forward. Without it, these opportunities remain abstract. With it, we activate a development that's ready, aligned, and in demand. There is a tremendous amount of federal housing dollars allocated to the territory right now. However, across the country, communities that can't coordinate or move quickly see those dollars retracted. We can't afford that here. The stakes are too high and the needs are too great. These funds need to be circulated within our community to support local contractors, tradespeople, suppliers, and homeowners. That's how long-term economic resilience is built. This is also why we're looking to incorporate education and workforce training into the broader development efforts. In closing, the Residences at 340 North is more than a housing development. It is a model that can be replicated throughout the territory to deliver resilient housing, economic opportunity, and local leadership. I respectfully ask for your support of this pad zoning request so we can move forward with the urgency this moment demands. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to the Virgin Islands. We now have a presentation that we want to share with you. Hopefully it works.
Did you provide media?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Maybe in the interim, while media gets that queued up, we can have Ms. Maria Raymer, you can provide your testimony. And then we'll circle back around with your presentation.
Good morning, once again. My name is Maria Raymer. I would like to thank you all for allowing the Raymer family the opportunity to testify in opposition to the proposed development of the Residences of 340 North. I think I said that right. 4I and 4J Estate Rosendahl, St. Joseph and Rosendahl. I am the daughter of Alfred Valdemar Raymer, whose property borders the proposed development and proposed easement. My brothers and I are also among the heirs to number 4 Estate, St. Joseph and Rosendahl, where our family cemetery is located. The estate of St. Joseph and Rosendahl has been the Raymer family's ancestral home for several generations on St. Thomas. Unfortunately, or to my knowledge, the Virgin Islands government has no established laws protecting certain ancestral lands. And so we and citizens who live in the community neighboring the proposed development are now responding to this proposal by appealing to you with grave concern. My great-grandfather, George Valdemar Raymer, was born on St. Thomas in 1850 and died 86 years later, leaving behind the estate of St. Joseph and Rosendahl. His son, my grandfather, David Raymer, is very likely to have been the one who created and maintained the stone terraces that the developer's surveyors found on the property. My cousin Mel Vanterpool sat under the tamarind tree with me recently and explained how Uncle D, as my grandfather was affectionately called by many relatives, planted and maintained gardens in that area. St. Joseph and Rosendahl was a farming area and community. The well on the property still exists still exists, and I shower with that well water daily. I reside at 4H, St. Joseph and Rosendahl. The proposed easement to the development would border this property and disrupt the continuity of the family's connection to both our tamarind tree, which has stood for over 100 years, across the gut to our family cemetery, where many Raymers, including myself, can attest is where my navel string is buried, along with being the resting place of my parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, and several more extended family members. Although this is an appeal to Virgin Islands' cultural tradition, it fits the context of endangerment all the same, as not only wildlife species are in danger of being lost here in the Virgin Islands. I'd like to take a quick moment to play something, if I might, from my phone. It's a recording that my cousin Mel Vanterpool sent to the family one day recently when he was sitting under the tree. And I just mentioned him in my testimony, so would it be okay to play that?
You can proceed. I don't know how clear it's going to
Okay, we'll try.
come out.
I guess I have to turn the sound back on.
That would be important.
I'm under the tree in Rosendahl, just visited the cemetery and said hello to our ancestors and dearly loved departed. Now I'm here on the hammock under the tree. You can hear the roosters crowing in the background. They're free range all over the place. So many of them, roosters and chickens, and it's so peaceful here under the tree. The birds chirping. And there's tamarind for days. The tree that our great-great-grandfather planted is bearing a lot of tamarind. So somebody could make some tamarind stew. Just for memento. Love you all.
Thank you for allowing me to play that. I don't know if you were able to hear it clearly. The tamarind tree has the tamarind tree that he spoke of has a girth as wide, so wide that it would take several adults holding hands to circle it completely. The tree has stood for so long that even my grandfather, David, who was born in 1905, did not know who planted it. However, it is believed, as Cousin Mel just said, to have been planted by George Valdemar Raymer. This tamarind tree has weathered countless storms and hurricanes and has been the staunch, silent witness to generations of family gatherings, disrupting the underground ecosystem around it by displacing so much earth in a concentrated area and redirecting the natural water flows could lead to its demise. For us Virgin Islanders, this tamarind tree is a sacred ancestral landmark. The guts have an interesting, notoriously history themselves. Long ago, before Rosendahl Drive was even paved, these guts wreaked havoc whenever heavy rains fell. At times, the roads could not even be traversed on foot. There are several guts. Mr. Canera will correct me in my usage of the word, I know, but for now I will refer to them, as I've known them, as being guts, running from Skyline down past Rosendahl Drive and beyond. One main gut borders the proposed road to the development property. This gut has contributed greatly to the road being washed away completely at the corner of Rosendahl Drive and Magens Bay Road during Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Sometime later, Public Works and a company from Puerto Rico worked on the road, focusing on the culvert at our driveway entrance, and tried to create a waterway system to control that water flow from the gut. However, any good amount of rainfall still turns the road into a river, flooding homes along the way. I posted a picture of the flooding that was taken after Tropical Storm Ernesto in 2024 in the DPNR meeting chat. In the meeting, we did not have the sense that the developers or even DPNR, who were not able to come out and actually see the property during a rainfall, we had the sense that they didn't quite understand the topography of the area. Rerouting more water to that gut or changing that system would have disastrous consequences to both the graveyard property at number 4 and ours at 4H, Estate St. Joseph and Rosendahl, as well as the homes and properties further down the road. Consequently, members of the Raymer family have submitted a petition asking that this project not be approved. We are extremely concerned about losing the integrity of the land by cutting swaths to build a road on our cemetery property, clear cutting to build this large housing development on land in an area that cannot sustain a project of this size, and the addition of hundreds of gallons of wastewater with a functioning and in-use well so near downstream to the development. We question not only the planning but the motives. Construction on nearby Dunu has stalled, although I heard recently that it's back again. 2 high-rise apartments still stand like stark skeletons on a hill. How are we helping the community by abandoning spaces that are already primed to build affordable housing by creating a 80-unit development in which perhaps only 18 units would be dedicated to affordable housing? For us, this has a sense of a gateway to covertly build exclusive communities under the guise of affordability that will eventually shut out the people, the very people who are in need of housing. After Irma and Maria, it took several months for the residents of the Loveland development to get the appropriate help they needed. Also during those hurricanes, the panels from the solar farm in Dunu wreaked havoc on neighboring homes as the debris from the panels slammed into houses and structures nearby. Across the Virgin Islands, exclusive gated communities are popping up. We're familiar with the infamous ones that have challenged access to our beaches. So as much as we need to take care of our own and provide housing for all people of the Virgin Islands, we should do so responsibly and hold those accountable who do not understand or have little to no experience building structures with this unique geography, within this unique geography, topography, and climate of the Virgin Islands. We are again grateful to have this opportunity to voice our concerns and our opposition to this project. Our opposition comes from a personal and cultural perspective, as well as one of logical, historical, meaningful concern for the overall negative environmental and damaging ecological impact of this development. When weighed, this is not the best path to establishing affordable housing in our community, and it will be a detriment to the already existing community and environment in the area. I would like to say, I read that from that was a written testimony that I submitted to DPNR and to the Senate with some changes to reflect the autonomy that we came with as a family. We recently had a meeting again with Mr. Canero, a site visit. And after the site visit, I again took some more notes, reflected some more. And so if possible, if I may be able to share that when he's finished with his, it won't take long, it's not much, but I don't mind conceding so you can get back on track with your important testimony as well. But I would like just a few minutes afterwards.
You do it now.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rima. Mr. Canero, you may proceed with your PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you. So let's kind of zoom forward some. Bill 360095. Next slide, please. And next slide again. So the, jeez. You got to press next a few times if you don't mind sharing a clicker or let me. Awesome, thank you.
And try your best to speak into the mic when you're talking.
Gotcha. So 2 parcels, 4I and 4J, about 11.16 acres. Currently it's vacant land, no structures, zone R2. What the PAD allows us is to do an overlay zoning within the R2 district to get a flexibility of density and product type, like Ms. LaPlace mentioned in her testimony. Our proposed use is about 28 20-foot townhouse units, 36 24 townhouse units, and 16 detached single families. And right now we're about 65% open space on the property, meaning that as we build, that amount is going to be vacant or going to be green space for the development. Next slide. Next, thank you. Location is in Rosendahl Drive. Conditions currently, vacant land, very treed, heavily forested. And our access points proposed for the development are off of Rosendahl Drive, like Ms. Raymer mentioned, adjoining her property, and then going south from Skyline Drive off of Gooseberry Lane.
Kadeem Huggins. As mentioned in Ajani's testimony, the residences at 340 North is an 80-home community designed to deliver high-quality, resilient, and energy-efficient homes to the community. But this community will also be rooted and inspired by the culture of this native land. This will be represented in the renderings of the next slide. How do I press play?
Can you press spacebar or play, please?
Let me see. I think I got it here. Are you able to press play on this slide media?
No.
Okay. And can you confirm the volume is off, please?
Can get to it.
Thank you. 340 North is more than just a name. It grounds us in the Virgin Islands and points us towards the future. It's about vision, direction, and community. We are rooted here and moving forward together. What you're seeing here is more than just new construction. It's a modern vision rooted in tradition. This community is shaped with intention. We focus on the details that make a neighborhood feel like home, places to sit outside, talk with your neighbors, spaces for children to play, streets that invite connection instead of separation. Once again, this just isn't about building homes and houses, it's about creating belonging. The residences at 340 North include 3 distinct home types, each designed for the rhythm of island life. The Calabash is a 20-foot wide townhouse with approximately 1,200 square feet. It offers 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and which is also a cozy, functional layout for everyday living. The Maho stretches wider at 24 feet, offering 1,450 square feet of space with 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and it's also ideal for families or those enjoy hosting with an open layout built for gathering. It seems our rendering has froze, but I'll continue going. Then we also have the Amali, which is a single-family home offering over 1,600 square feet. It includes 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, and is also a flexible space that can serve as an office, guest room, or creative studio. Whatever your lifestyle calls for. I'll be using it as a creative studio. Surrounding these homes is a neighborhood built for connection with walking trails, open gathering spaces, and a community garden to promote wellness and sustainability. A homeowners association will also help preserve shared values and standards, keeping this place vibrant for generations to come. At 340 North, we're not just building for today, we're planting the roots for tomorrow, families, right here in the place we call home. If you could bring back up this slide again, please. We could go to the next. As mentioned in my script here, just want to show you some quick renderings of the homes that we have. So we have the Calabash, 1,200 square feet, 3 beds, 2.5 baths. The Maho, beautifully designed and once again rooted in our culture with our vibrant colors. 1,450 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, set for families and for where children are able to grow. And the Amali, single-family home, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths once again, but this offers for a high professional who's able to work and be as structured as possible. And then also, once again, what makes these homes a community is having open, active space, community garden, HOA, and then also our walking trails that you'll be able to exercise, have community gatherings, and sustainability. I'll be passing it on to Ajani.
In our building innovation, we're using insulated concrete forms. I actually brought a sample of a block to show you guys after PowerPoint so you can have a little touch feel session. Wow, that came off kind of wrong. We have pitch roofs for our design, which are cost-effective, along with help channelize the water for the cisterns. Energy-efficient features, including low-consumption fixtures, energy-starved appliances. And I guess the bright object in this development is being net zero ready. So the last part of being net zero is having power off the grid. These units will be assembled to be net zero ready, meaning a panel can be added to the house and battery storage can be added to then have a house that's fully off the grid. Regarding engineering and site planning. So our site is phased construction to reduce the amount of open excavation we have to, again, reduce the impacts downstream. We have retaining walls and phase control plans. Our road design includes shared street parking with 2 driveway spots for each unit and another 35 or so on the road. Our stormwater management includes something that we don't normally see on the territory, which is the actual stormwater retention system. So in essence, the development should not impact anything downstream. It's being designed to serve as a complement to the current environment. So during a storm event, the excess water that's not stored in the cisterns is stored on underground chambers that will then be percolated through the soil naturally after the rain event. So you won't have a giant inundation of rainwater during a storm event that will flood downstream and cause additional issues with the Rosendahl culvert that Ms. Raymer mentioned. Our wastewater design, we have a primary and a secondary treatment system. So the primary is individualized per unit, and then once that's treated, it's sent to a secondary cluster treatment. We have 2 cluster plants that are pretty much based on the phased construction of the project. So that secondary water treatment will be sand and charcoal filters, and then some UV lighting that will essentially make usable gray water for landscaping or for the purposes. The benefit of this is we're trying to recharge auxiliary storage tanks that can be used for fire safety and suppression and any additional cistern water storage for residences during a drought or anything of that nature.
My name is Dr. Gerald Fredericks. So I'll be giving you guys a run through of the environmental summary that was done by BioImpact. So the 3 main factors that the environmental summary was looking at was endangered species, habitats, and critical environmental issues. Results from this study showed that there were no endangered species, but it did found that the habitat was a potential residence for the VI tree borer. So as part of construction, the VI tree borer protocols will be enforced. The habitat areas was preserved, and portions of the native forest and drainage areas will remain undeveloped for ecological balance. The next, basically the main thing that the environmental summary found was that there was no major environmental concerns. So it showed no major environmental concerns or damage, meaning minimal environmental impact to the property that is being proposed to be developed on. So the next thing I want to talk about is the FEMA flood zone designation. So as part of the project, an assessment, we did a flood zone designation, and we found that there was no flood risk, and the property is within FEMA flood zone X, which means there's outside of prone areas to flood. So there's different zoning that can be done, zoning designations. So the different zones are Zone D, Zone C, Zone X, Zone B, and Zone A. So for this development, we are in the low risk zone, which is Zone X, meaning that 100-year coastal flooding is not expected. So the next thing that was done was a cultural assessment, and the main findings of the cultural summary was the cultural assessment was that there were no historic sites found. There were no cultural or historical structures that will be disrupted or damaged during the construction of the proposed development.
The fun part, our funding overview. So at this point, AC has invested about $360,000 in development costs, including site studies, surveys, pretty pictures, and site design. We're going to invest an additional $250,000 to get us to the finish line. We have about $1 million in committed investor equity that will help get this project through construction. And one of our main sources are utilizing the CDBG MIT funds, which has a huge drop that we'll explain later. On top of that, we have the Federal Home Loan Bank. We're in process of receiving a grant for about $1.6 million from them that will aid the 80% AMI units to give us about 60 grand to help reduce the sales price for the units. The Calabash, the 20-foot wide unit, we have about 28 of those. That's targeted at the 80% AMI household. As of 2025 April, the 80% household is about family of four, $74,000. So two adults making 35 grand or 40 grand gives you that 80% AMI. We have a targeted sales price of $400,000 for that unit. And again, that is why the subsidies are needed to get to that sales price for these buyers. The market value of that unit will be well over $500,000, giving buyers as they move in instant equity in their property. The Maho, the 24-foot wide unit, we have 36 of those that will be targeted at the 120% AMI. As of April 25, the 120% for a family of four equals a salary of $111,000. The target sales price for that will be $500,000 to $525,000, with a market value exceeding $650,000. Again, our goal is to utilize the current funding in place for the government to help us get buyers into a lower price point and give them opportunities for generational wealth, creation. And if you can see in that red boxes highlighted, that's as of the CDBG mid-allocation in their action plan version 4.1 that was, I think, in November of 24. It's about $57 million in the single-family home resilient construction budget that has not been touched yet, that is still open and still available. What we're requesting is access to these funds in the tune of $6.25 million to allocate so we can build phase one of our development and get these people into houses at that price point. We haven't had any progress accessing that money. As of April 30th, we were told that the policy for the CDBG mid funds has not been created, so that we therefore cannot access the funding. Again, these fundings were in the CDBG mid tranche back in September of 2019, and the tranche we're looking at for the $60 million was allocated in 2021. We're in 2025 today, so just letting you know.
So in this slide, now I'll talk about the agency engagement that we're proposing to do. So if you look at the slide, there's various agencies that are on there. There's the EDA, there's the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services, there's Waste Management, there's the Department of Agriculture, Department of Energy, Own a Lot, Build a Lot. So as part of our proposal, we're trying to be as collaborative as we can with this project because collaboration usually works better than isolation. So we've already reached out to ODR, EDA, the Fire Emergency Services, Waste Management, and what I particularly want to point out is the Department of Agriculture and UVI Extension Program. So as part of this proposed development, we know that there's going to be deforestation, so removal of trees and such. But we've already reached out and had a conversation with the UVI Extension Program and the Department of Agriculture to assist us with reforestation efforts. So that's replacing the trees that we remove, basically replanting and replacing them with native Virgin Island species, flora and fauna. And the reason that we kind of want to go with this collaborative effort is because what this will do is provide training, right, or provide future technical training with vocational skills workers, which will eventually create a way to circulate revenue and resources into the economy, support local jobs, and as mentioned earlier in the presentation, include workforce training to prepare current and younger generation or career changers for potential future opportunities. So the next slide I want to talk about is the housing demand. So in 2019, there was a study done by HUD, and it showed that there was going to be a need of 874 additional homes in 2022 to meet the housing demand in the Virgin Islands. In 2025, that demand was not met in 2022, 2023, 2024, or 2025. So what I want you to pay particular attention to is that every year after 2019, the housing demand have grown. And the key drivers of this demand has been limited recovery in the housing stock, gaps in affordable funding, and the demand for quality and energy efficient homes. So that was a professional study. We then went and at AC Development actually did a survey and our own to see what the public feedback was in response to a proposed development. And we found that there was a public demand from the ordinary residents expressing their desires and demands for homes that can be owned. But here we are again, years later, with insignificant strides, right? So now this next slide here, what I want to pay attention to is each of those 6 quotes were quotes from government officials, including the governor, sitting members in this very chamber today, and basically, the
smile, come on, guys.
And basically, what the take-home picture of this was that there's basically a housing crisis, right? And as we saw the professional study, we saw the public feedback, and now we see the government officials. And so in summary, we have an outcry from different realms of the Virgin Islands, right? All walks of life on the Virgin Islands saying that there is, a housing crisis that needs to be addressed. And that is what we at AC Development is trying to get at.
If we misquoted anyone, blame the AI transcription on the live recordings. All right. Delivering what's needed. So as of April 1st, we submitted our affordable housing program application to VIHFA. It is June 2nd. It has gone nowhere yet. As of April 30th, we followed up, and we were told that our affordable housing application will not be reviewed because our funding structure is not complete based on not having the CDB MIT funds allocated. Of course, as a circular reference, that's impossible because they control the CDBG MIT funds, and the policy has not been created for us to apply for it. It makes no sense to us, but it is what it is, and that's what we've been told. What we need to move forward, let me back up some more. So our affordable housing program, what it does, it gives us a lot of incentives as a developer. Tax incentives that help reduce the excise tax and the custom duties, which makes building a lot more affordable. It also gives us access to the Housing Trust Fund, which is by law made to help create affordable housing opportunities. And it allows us to have amendments to utilize HFA's pre-qualified buyers list, which helps us get these units sold faster. So we don't want to market these units to the market. We want to sell it to the buyers who are already ready and waiting for years and years and years to get them in the door. As a developer, you have to pre-sell before you build because you're running your own money and you can't waste time. I think the difference between us and other agencies or other groups is that we're actual developers. Is our hard-earned dollars sitting and waiting to get to this point. And we have to ensure that we have the smoothest transition possible. Again, affordable by design is centered around community. It's the ideal public-private partnership that we all strive and talk about we need to have. Again, this housing affordable program is made to make developers want to build houses, similar to how we have a hotel incentive fund and we have other funds that give us benefits to get this done. What we want to do is build houses and have them in the market by April of 26. To do that, very ambitious, but to do that, we need our affordable housing application approved by July 1st. It's about 3 months since it's been in their hands. We need our permit approved, Ms. LaPlace and her team, by August 15th. They can get that done. And our CDBG mid allocations by August 22nd. I'll back up and talk about permit approval. Another part of the affordable housing program allows a PAD zoning to have expedited permit review. So again, everything is contingent upon people doing their jobs to get us in the door faster and get housing created faster. We want to have a groundbreaking in October of 2025, and again, first units by April of 26. This is the phase 1 first units. Not all will be created or finished, but it gets us across the finish line. Again, we need collaboration by everyone. We've done our jobs. We've sent emails. We've sent calendar requests, phone calls, formal and informal ways of communication, and we need more help. It's not rocket science. Building a house does not take a lot of work to do, and we've literally built our programs to allocate to meet the requirements of HFA and the affordable housing program and the needs of the community. Thank you all for your time, and before we're done, we're going to show you a sample block of the ICF so you can see and feel what we're talking about. So demonstration. So ICF.
You want to use one?
So we're friends, right? All right. So, still appreciate you, friend.
No problem.
All right.
No problem.
So,
Inside.
awesome. So the ICF block is a 4-foot by 16-inch block. It weighs about 11 pounds. It's about 2.5 inches of insulation on both sides. What you do is you stack your rebar in these plastic cords and you pour your concrete. So imagine carrying a 30-pound cinder block or an 11-pound piece of ICF. One ICF block equals 6. I'm sorry, guys. One ICF equals 6 cinder blocks. If you're building a house, do you have time to carry 6 blocks or one ICF block? So you're 6xing your construction productivity, lowering labor costs, and building a more superior product with insulation. The benefit of ICF is you're building essentially a fridge, right? So your temperature inside your conditioned space remains sustained, which reduces your need to run your AC units and keeps the temperature consistent. So you reduce energy costs, you increase the comfort in the building, and you build faster. And of course, a poured concrete wall isn't going anywhere, right? So in the States, it's pretty heavy in Tornado Alley in Oklahoma. Some schools in Maryland are actually building with ICF. And imagine they can build with lumber and steel, and they're still building with concrete. That means something. So we're building all these schools here, all these hospitals. Let's think a little more outside the box of how we create products. Because, of course, with environmental concerns, all our buildings are AC conditioned. It's automatic. So how are you building a precast concrete slab with no insulation? That's a waste of energy efficiency and more dollars spent and lost for the community. And that's the end of my soapbox. Thank you for your time and any questions.
Thank you very much for that very detailed, comprehensive presentation, Mr. Canero. Nobody can accuse you of not making the most of this moment.
Thank you.
Ms. Raymer, you were, before you passed the microphone over to Mr. Canero, you were saying something. You wanted to have an opportunity to make one final statement or contribution.
Yes,
The floor is yours.
I'll wrap it up quickly. And the reason I wanted to say this, too, is because after the meeting that we had at the site, I just wanted to make sure that we also are able to convey that we're not against housing in the Virgin Islands at all. We're not against the availability and fair and affordable housing. We all deserve a safe space to live in, to call home, to call our home. The Raymer family is not opposed to providing that. And I commend Mr. Canero and his team for bringing their talents back home. Part of our concern also has to do with there being a twofold issue going on. And I'm not even clear right now as to how they're wrapped up with each other, and I'll explain quickly. One is the proposed easement from Rosendahl Road, which our family is 100% against. We submitted a document this morning to Senator Potter's office that was a memorandum with signatures of the original 17 heirs of that property saying that we oppose that easement. With that being said, I was speaking with Mr. Canero this morning even, because we haven't had much chance to talk since the site visit, to ask him if we, my brothers and I, can have another discussion with him regarding Gooseberry Lane, which is the other access point that they have available to them, because it also borders our property, but at least in such a way that the ancestral, the graveyards, all that integrity can be maintained. And so I'm willing and hoping that I'll be able to speak with him further about that. I also want to just make a note to DPNR. My neighbor, Leslie Richardson, when all of this began, said, if DPNR really wants to know how the area is being affected, tell them come out when it's raining. And even though it was said in jest, it really had some merit to it, because you just don't know unless you see this going on. So at the site visit, Mr. Richardson brought some pictures also of what happened after Ernesto. I do know that the developer's engineering team has prepared and planned, and we discussed this too, for a 20-year event. And for those who do not know, a 20-year event means it has a 5% probability of happening. I dismiss that simply because with the environment that we have now, with our climate change, we've already seen another such event happening less than 20 years or less than 5%, and that was Ernesto. Ernesto came about 7 years after Irma and Maria, and the pictures that were submitted came from Ernesto, and Ernesto was just a tropical storm when it hit. So this wasn't even a 20-year event. This was just a lot of rain, which we do expect to get even now with hurricane season. So all of that has to do with the Rosendahl Road side of things. But I just wanted to at least make that clear that we really didn't feel that it was assessed in such a way that would give fair credence to how it could be allowed from that area, from that direction. I also want to close in saying that and this one is a little personal, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it, because if not when, if not now, then when. We recently lost one of our younger family members, and the following day my cousins brought the terrible news to us and visited under the tamarind tree. Growing up, whenever anybody in the family experienced something devastating, we called my father, Alfred. If possible, family members would come out to see him and sit under the tree with him. He was stalwart, he was steady, and he was overflowing with wisdom, and he kept us grounded. No pun. He kept us grounded. Even though he no longer shares our physical space, his presence still keeps us grounded. We are grounded in the soil of Rosendahl. We are grounded in the peaceful, resting spirits of our ancestors who toiled that land. We are grounded by their presence and the memory of their strength through difficult times. Being a small community, rumors and hearsay come readily, and it has been told to me several times, this development is going to happen. There's nothing we can do to stop it. I don't know if it was said to dissuade us or intimidate us, or if there is merit to the rumor. But to you, legislators, there must be a balance between progress and preservation. And I ask you to weigh that balance as you make your decision and your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Raymer. Colleagues, clearly we are faced with a very, I guess, compelling presentations on both sides. I mean, clearly we are in a housing crisis here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's a crisis, without question. And it was kind of refreshing to see the presentation of these three young men, Virgin Islanders, who have recognized the issue, have harnessed their talents, and have come back home to make their contribution, to fill a need, to fill a gap. So I was very impressed, I must say, with your presentation. Similarly, Ms. Raymer and her family, representing the family, you make a compelling argument, make a compelling case regarding just preserving, culture and heritage, the family heritage, the connections under the tamarind tree. It is a compelling argument. So hopefully we will be able to find some middle ground where we may be able to accomplish both. And I think that's why we are, part of why we are here today. So, colleagues, we have 3 items before us in this committee of the whole meeting. We will start with a 5-minute round. I'm going to ask, before turning the mic over to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I'm going to ask Mr. Canero about this ICF construction methodology that you demonstrated here on the floor, and I just wanted to get a sense of how will it comply with the local building codes, and what approvals, if any, will be needed for this new construction technique new here in the territory?
None. It's a precast concrete wall, so nothing. They're just formwork that holds a wall up. So it'll be a 6-inch poured concrete wall or 8-inch, and it can withstand over 250 miles per hour winds. So again, this is a standard concrete wall. If you look in the VI, the construction standards that DPNR pushed out, they have standards for 6-inch precast concrete walls. So we're not doing anything else that isn't already approved or can be approved. And I have a few permitted houses that I've done for myself with ICF. Again, it's been approved with no problem.
Okay. Thank you for that. Ms. LaPlace Matthews, any thoughts on that?
Well, I have to refer to building permits, but he's correct. We do allow for precast concrete, and permitting-wise, once they follow the code, it's allowed.
Okay. I'll come to you right now, Senator Fonseca. I wanted to just directly ask the question, and what specific measures can be taken or will be taken to address the cultural sensitivity concerns regarding the nearby Raymer Family Cemetery during construction and occupancy? So
a couple of simple options. We could just not do the easement access road on the bottom parcel. That solves everything. The Tom Street Ms. referring to is on her property, and the road would cut access in between, she's saying. So if we don't do that road and the road to the north instead, then that's not an issue. It's solved. Secondly, I think our only other issue just remains seeing the houses up on the hill, right? Like that part can't be changed, unfortunately. So I mean, that's so there's no like technical issues at all beyond your emotional connection to seeing the houses above.
Thank you. One second, Ms. Raymer. I'll give you an opportunity to speak. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes. Real quickly, I remember the area when I was a Boy Scout. We used to camp out over there. Nice area. And, you know, it's a good area for Virgin Islanders to live. So I want to ask you real quickly, knowing that it's mold resistant and prevent rotting, what's going to be the exterior? Is there going to be a siding on the exterior of the wall? What is that going to be?
So it's a mix of normal plaster like we do for any concrete block wall, and then some hardy plank cement board to cover the facade to get that traditional like lap siding look we have in downtown Main Street.
Okay, so
and that concrete board lasts forever. Well, okay, longer than me and you and my friends will be alive. It'll last.
Okay, and that's mold resistant. How about the floor?
The floor. So we're going to do traditional wood joist, and then a vinyl plank flooring for the interior. So it'll be water resistant, damage resistant. Ideally, you don't want to ever have water in the house, but a concrete box essentially should help you to avoid having water in the house. When it comes to, I'll add that we are including hurricane shutters in these houses to, again, prevent any intrusion of water.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Raymer. I'm going to let you make your comments, and then we have to get a questioning started so that we won't be here until midnight tonight. So go.
Yes, Mr. Canero does know my sensitivities to being able to see the pristine land, which we don't see as often as we should here, and I know it can't be avoided. But we also my brothers and I also had plans too that we wanted to explore for our side of the property, and so this besides seeing something pretty, we also were interested in things like ecotourism, bringing back agriculture. I had already started speaking with some people about planting coconut trees for that type of thing. We have a well on the property. We have a dam, which I spoke to Mr. Canera about, that actually may possibly help them in some ways if we are able to work together. So it was more than just being able to see something pretty. There were practical applications that we're concerned might be thwarted by the development as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Raymer. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers and staff. I'm going to be honest. I don't even know where to start because this entire conversation has led my mind in 50 different directions between potential progression of the people, holding on to our culture, between us needing better government, because it seems like a whole lot of stalled situations are happening and that we're not being able to progress as fast as we need to in a timely manner. This is a whole slew of discussions, but I'm going to try to hone it in as much as I can. In regards to 360082, the easement doesn't really, it's not an issue for me in regards to that piece of legislation. I saw where it's if somebody's landlocked and we could help them out, I'm okay with it. It's that simple. I don't even really need to discuss that, because why own a piece of land and you can't get access to it? That's kind of silly, so I'm not worried about that one. As it relates to 360094, that particular piece of legislation in regards to future development and changing it, I think it was to change it from R1 to R3, if I recall correctly. I know currently right now, to go from R1 to R3, it maximizes and allows for more people to live on a particular parcel, etc. And I know in listening to the presentation, it had to do with carving it out, leaving one parcel separate, and also in regards to the size of the lot. So are you saying by us going this route, that would resolve all the issues and concerns that were brought forward, and this is a way to come up with a resolution?
Good afternoon, Senator. Leah Laplace Matthew. So with the property, R3 zoning does allow for 80 persons per acre. Mm-hmm. And so with 14,000 square feet, they're going to be limited in the density. Okay. But this table of permitted uses would still be there.
Okay, so that would assist and help resolve it.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. I don't have a problem with it. I'm a practical person. Unless I see major opposition or really dive into situations where that would cause, whether it's traffic, and if everything's okay, you will not get an argument out of me. And from listening to this one, it was okay. Now let's get to the third one. This one is a lot. 360095. Okay, I commend these gentlemen for coming forward. I honestly am thoroughly impressed by the presentation that was brought forward. To be honest with you, I saw these presentations on social media. I thought it was a finished product, because I'm watching like, wait, did I miss a whole production in the Virgin Islands I knew nothing about? But
1 minute, 30 seconds.
I'm happy to see that it's something that we are looking to invest into. I don't like the narrative that as a government, we might be holding up progress. That is really sticking with me, and that's a major problem for me. And we have to see how we run this government a little bit better in regards to that. I want to ask Ms. Raymer a question. What size is the size of your family's parcel of land?
4H. 4H. So there are two parcels. Mm-hmm. My father's and then my Aunt Mary's, which is the graveyard property.
What's the total acreage?
I would say, and I'm taking a big guess, probably with both of them, maybe about 15 acres.
Okay.
I believe Aunt Mary.
So you guys aren't about 15 and AC?
About the same.
Because the 11 acres plus, it's about the same. Yeah. And based on your
30
presentation,
seconds.
you guys are utilizing about 35%. So I'm trying to figure out what the major issue is, because if you got 15 and they're roughly on 15, they're only using 35, maybe I'm not visually seeing or understanding, because that leaves a whole lot of land open that you guys might never even really conflict with each other. So I'm a little bit confused as to what the concern was.
Time.
Could I respond?
Yes, thank you.
So just to respond quickly, the project, the development, will actually rest or begin or end about 30 feet from our property. The access road through Rosendahl Drive is it shares our driveway. So
it's two parcels that share property that each of you have equal access to?
Well, if the proposal goes through, that would be the case. So what has happened, not to sound funny, but what happened is this land belonged to 4 siblings, right? One lost lost his. The 3 remaining siblings were my father and my 2 aunts. The property that they are proposing to build on was property that belonged to my aunts. So yes, all this property was sort of joined together, if you might say.
Okay.
It's the remaining solid piece of Rosendahl that's left aside from some
you're
others.
concerned, are you saying that would your family and who you're represented right now, would they be satisfied if there was a more of a distance between where the project starts and ends? Because
I don't see how that could hurt, to be honest. That was one thing that my brother in particular, when he realized where the project was.
I don't want us to start creating a situation where, you ultimately on your side could do whatever you want with your land, but then you're still trying to dictate how they build out theirs.
And I respect that.
And that's why I'm trying to see how this happy balance could potentially work with you guys, because I'm trying to look at it from all aspects.
Senator Heiliger, also consider...
I don't want to interrupt you, Senator Francis. Your time was called.
Oh, sorry.
I'll let you wrap up.
I'll just respond to that. Keep in mind, Senator Heiliger, that this isn't just about where we will reside. Mm-hmm. We will be interacting with our cars. We will be interacting with our daily lives. So, for example, I explained to them at the site visit, and I'm sorry that you weren't able to make it, because that probably would have also helped to give you a visual. When we say 7 acres, it seems like a whole lot. But this is St. Thomas, so, everything carries. You could be 7 acres away, and I could hear your conversation based on how our topography is, right? But I say that to say we have no traffic lights. There's no stoplights or anything out where we are. And so this introduces a whole challenge to infrastructure as well. This access road would be something that our family would still be required to uphold and maintain. So this isn't just about us having new neighbors. This is about us taking care of each other also, and our responsibility.
I understand. Could I just make one statement and I'm done? Currently, our law allows for 80 people to be on 1 acre. 80 on 1 acre. So if the amount of properties they're building is going to be spanned over 11 and only utilizing 35, I'm seeing an interesting visual, but a happy balance in the end. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I hope your colleagues don't ask for equal time, as we'll be here till midnight. But I'm gonna move to Senator Franklin Johnson. But before that, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Canero, what will the price range for these homes be?
Of course.
How does that align with the median income levels here in the Virgin Islands?
Yep. So the price point for the 20-foot calabash unit will be ideally $400,000. Again, the market has nothing like that right now. The price point for the 24 will be about $500 to $525, depending on time, inflation, the economy. And how that merges with the current income bracket is this will ideally solve the middle income buyer. So 2, seasoned employees who had 15 years in the system who are making 50 grand each could afford a unit ideally. And how it's price structured is to pretty much replicate what we are paying for rents currently will be the mortgage price. So if you back solve that number, that mortgage equates to what we are pricing it at right now. But again, without the allocated mid-subsidy, we can't hit that price point. And again, the mid-subsidy is by federal law engaged for this purpose. And I want to also mention, if possible, about the easement, if you allow me to, sir. The easement discussion came before about Attorney Purcell, who's a family's heir before he passed away. What's currently happening is the family's parcel, the parcel has been sitting in space for a while because 17 heirs from 1970 is now 100 people, And what it is we agreed to build them a road for free so they can subdivide their property and get the 17 heirs their parcels. Not all family agrees on what the action was, but the majority at the time, and the attorney who was handling the family agreed that was the best move. I have an email if you want to see that too between us and Attorney Purcell navigating that concept. But to handle the concerns, we are okay not even going that route anymore. I have no need to do that if it causes disruption. That's not our intention at all.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all my colleagues. Good morning to testifiers. And Mr. Chair, yes, I do want the same amount of time, but I'll go as fast as I can. I want to start with bill number 36082, and I want to make sure that I have the right property. Mr. Martin, this property was once known as Fleming Circle.
Is that a question for me or for Mr. Martin, Senator?
Mr. Martin would probably know, and if you know, you can answer too, if that was a Fleming Circle property in LaGrange.
I cannot answer that question, Senator. Vincent Richards, property procurement. I'm sorry.
Mr. Martin, can you?
Mr. Martin is not present, Senator.
Okay, well, I was looking at the pictures and it seems like that's the land that, but I have no issues with this. You know, once people are landlocked, we need to definitely do what we can to assist them. I would have preferred if the government would have just give this land up, because now you're asking him to maintain it. And it still is going to be the government owned, but I have no fight with that. And then bill number 360094, what I would like to ask Leah LaPlace, based on the comprehensive land and water use, your goals, is this project representing what you guys want in respect to the balancing the density increase with environmental stability, sustainability, and community character? Does this sit well with you guys based on that one and other rezoning structure?
Yes, Senator, it does.
All right, then I have no issue with that. And now let's go to the big one. I definitely want to first start by commending these three young men. I want to ask each of you guys a question. Where did you guys go to school? Starting with your high school.
I went to All Saints from kindergarten to 12th grade.
I went to J. Antonio Jarvis School.
High school.
Oh, I went to high school. Well, Charlotte Amalia.
I went to school in New York, Brooklyn, New York. High school. But I went to Lockhart Elementary School.
I definitely want to say to the three y'all, you make me proud here today. You come well prepared, you did your homework, and as the more you talk, it tells me that you've been doing all your due diligence. And your last statement is you was willing to help this family with doing an access road. That is one of the biggest problems that we have with big bulks of land. And my family have that same issue. I wish I had you guys in the area on my property, because then we won't have an issue at all. Because that's the main issue. And I still think that there's some way that you guys and Miss what is it, lady named Martin, can have some kind of communication to make this a walk-in project. And as the previous speaker was talking about, having that buffer between the two land, because it's important that we start building and developing. And when I say we, I mean we. Because if we don't do it, somebody else is going to come and do it.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
And I prefer to see you young men being successful in your endeavors. I'm very disappointed that some of your hold-up is this same government which we are a part of. But what I want to ask the young lady, you spoke about a tamarind tree and a well. Is the tamarind tree on your property or Panera Dem property?
Good morning, Senator. The tamarind tree is on 4H Estate Rosendahl. It's on my father's property. It's on our property.
So why do you think what they're doing on their property is going to disturb the tamarind tree?
From an ecological standpoint, and I don't see you. Oh, I see you now. I'm sorry. I'm trying to speak with you, but I couldn't figure out where you were. From an ecological standpoint, I'm concerned about things like disturbing the land in that area, disturbing the ground, disturbing the water system in that area.
30 seconds.
It's been untouched for a very long time, and so we just don't know. As Mr. Canero stated early on, this is the first time that they'll be doing a development like this here in St. Thomas. I hate that we have to be the guinea pigs, but it is important to know these things. And we can't
my
foresee
question
that.
to you then, if you and your family have the whereabouts to do a project like this on your property, what would you do?
You know, we've always traditionally been against trying to do something this large. This is 80 units. This is about at least 160 people or 160 cars or 100. You know, this kind of balloons into something more than just putting some houses in to accommodate people.
My
There's
very
a lot
simple
more
question
involved.
is, if you could have done that, what would you do?
We would
you
not
leave
have
your
done
land
it this way, sir. I'm
here?
sorry, but we would not have done it this way. These are things that the family has talked about. We've talked about things that more low impact on the environment, things like bungalows. And I understand that it's a housing crisis, so you can't just put 4 houses on a piece of land and think you're going to make everybody satisfied. I get that.
And in short, the property that these gentlemen now own, you say, was once owned by your relatives?
It belongs to my aunts, my 2 aunts, Rachel Raymer Thomas, and Doris Raymer Smalls.
The property that these gentlemen are getting ready to develop belongs to your aunt?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Your time was called, Senator. So you can wrap up. I'll allow you a few seconds to wrap up.
Well, I mean, I'm good, Mr. Chair. I am very good. I don't see how I cannot assist these young men with this measure here at all on session day. And these 3 items here, I definitely will be supporting at the appropriate time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. You have a comment? Okay. Representative from AC.
Dr. Joel Fredericks.
Fredericks.
So as part of this process, we understand the concerns, right? Because that's the whole part of us trying to do this thing, being transparent, right? And in order to be transparent, we have to hear the issues because we don't know all the issues that exist on the family property. We're coming into it, right? So that's why we feel like this conversation and this dialogue is necessary, because unless we know what the issues is, we won't be able to address them. So we appreciate the Raymer family actually bringing these concerns to us, right? And she mentioned ecological impact and stuff like that. So that was one of the reasons that we actually reached out to Department of Agriculture and the UVI Extension Program, Mr. Dale Morton, to actually have this conversation about reforesting after we deforest, right? And we didn't really want to just plant anything. We wanted to plant stuff that's native, because as we mentioned, 65% of it is going to be open space, green space. And we want it to be filled with species that is native to the Virgin Islands. So we understand that, and we actually was proactive in trying to address that. Because once again, we know that we're coming from a different frame, different, you know, we local. No. So it's going to look like, well, you ain't never done this before, but in our thinking and our experience in our respective areas, we do this in our respective areas, right? But now it's just bringing it together and bringing a collaborative effort together.
And I will add one thing. Currently, I'm in Florida, PA, North Carolina, West Virginia, and Maryland, building developments of massive scale. So my average development is about 400 units right now. I work with national home builders, D.R. Horton, Lennar, and VR Homes, and I build communities across the country right now. So I'm new to building developments in VI because no one has done it before, obviously, while we're here. But we have the expertise, the skill set, and the experience to do this, and we will succeed with your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listeners present. I vote yes for everything. Straightforward. I came in, and when I spoke to all my friends in the family and everybody in the audience, I heard both sides of it. And then the presentation that was presented, I got to be from Savannah roots, man. Got to be. Because you gentlemen were on the money. But again, I was still not decided. Then at the end, Ms. Raymer told me, she's not against it. Her concerns are valid, and I heard you say specifically you'll be willing to adjust. That's only for me. I ain't gonna mince, nobody gonna say what they say, they're gonna say what I say. I say yes. But again, it's and it is specifically in regards to this. I think as young men in our society, what you're doing, conversation is the best thing. You know, if you're on the front page because you had a gun and you killed 4 people, you'll be on the front page for the next 5 days or so straight. But you come in here and you're professional and you spoke like men and you're presenting something, I doubt it'll make the daily news. I doubt it'll make the news, period, not particularly the daily. I doubt it'll make the news. But that's priceless in our territory. And then the fact that you're willing to compromise. You ain't come in to say, hey, my way or the highway. You're willing to compromise. That's what it is going forward. So like I always tell people, I got hope. I got hope in the world. I got hope in the Virgin Islands because, again, of young men like yourselves. So be proud of yourself. Ms. Raymer, again, is not anything against you or the family, but I heard you say it, that you're willing to, in the conversation that you have with each gentleman, if they're willing to make the adjustments, for them to make the adjustment, and I agree, to preserve graveyard, to preserve that what kind of tree it was again?
Tamarind tree.
A tamarind tree. You know, in our culture is you got to go down by the tall tamarind tree and take a left. If that tamarind tree gone, the amount of people would be lost here in the VI. GPS just catching on. So as long as that tamarind tree there, I know where I'm going.
Could I say one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Just to piggyback on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it possible to have it go on record, the brief conversation that we just had regarding backing away from accessing the Rosendahl Drive? Could we have it go on record that they would... It was.
And that's what say the conversation that you said is on record. That's what I'm quoting for you, okay. Because... Yeah. Like I said,
that is the most important thing to the family. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, and that's what I say. You know, I came in here broad-shouldered and ready to fight because I get. But in speaking to everyone, my friends in the audience, you know, it is okay and it's healthy for people to oppose each other. I don't have a problem with that. You know, but here we're doing it professional, and we go have results done. So
1 minute 30 seconds.
You know, so I do appreciate that. Now, St. Joseph and Rosendahl is what Crossroads is?
Crossroads?
No.
No.
Too far up?
Yeah, Crossroads is over. St. Joseph and Rosendahl is near Megan's Bay. It's
okay, on the other side. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Between Windberg
no, I got it.
Yeah,
no, I got it.
That area.
Okay. So you see, and that alone is what I was saying. So I say Crossroads, and for the gentleman who see one high school and they clock, they only got one high school, man. Just say high school you went. Everybody know. Everybody know when you say high school what you're talking about. You see, that was just to make sure you're awake, man. Just to making sure you're awake. You're just testing. Go easy. You have something to say? You ready? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so something, Dr. Gerald Fredericks, so something that we didn't touch on, but after the meeting that we had with the family, we immediately reconvened and we did one
30
thing.
seconds.
The one thing that sticked out during the meeting with the family was the tamarind tree, the tamarind tree, the tamarind tree. So we immediately kind of get together and we're like, listen, if this tamarind tree means so much to them, then we just leave it there. We don't knock it down. We just leave it there. We walk around the tamarind tree. And then another thing that we came about was the concern about, preserving the area and stuff like that. So one thing we didn't mention in the presentation is we will have an HOA board as part of the HOA, as part of the community. And one thing we talk about is maybe if in conversation with the team and collaborating with them is potentially having a REMA or maybe how much ever multiple REMAs on the HOA board, right? So then that way they could kind of have say over what happened in the land. So.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, in closing, one thing I want you to remember, right? In the Virgin Islands, your young Virgin Islanders, don't be afraid to tell people you try and make money. Don't what I say, don't dumb yourself down because you're reaching a target. If you don't, because the government holding you up, if you have to go out on your own to make money, then that's what you're doing. But the fact that you're trying to make it affordable for, you know, people here, the regular local man, I highly appreciate that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, you have to come out of Savannah from time to time because you don't know where St. Joseph and Rosendahl is because you're in Savannah too much. I couldn't let that one pass. Mr. Canero, I give you credit, you and your team. You're willing to converse, you're willing to talk, you're willing to, you can't address an issue that you're not aware of, and it makes sense what you're saying. But now, my question to you is this just a strategy now? Is there going to be a mechanism or room for continued conversation if this initiative were to pass during the development process? Is there going to be opportunities for the family to be engaged, to, you know, to have some level of communication with you as the developer?
So, Dr. Joe Fredericks, so this will, we actually want the ongoing conversation to keep going during the process. We, at the meeting that we had with the family friend, we exchanged personal phone numbers with them, so they have our numbers, right? And we from here, we literally from here, so we are in much places we could go to escape them, probably unless we go Savannah and don't come out, right? Right? but we want, we actually, and that's part of us being transparent, right? Because we from here. My parents from here, we were like 5 generations in. So we from here, family from here, so ain't no place to run. They have our numbers, you could call and, you know.
Gotcha. Thank you for your response.
Senator, I actually had a request from family members wanting to know if they have, from agriculture, if that's actually, I'm sorry. Do you have a commitment from Department of Agriculture or from the UVI extension?
So until anything is approved, there will be no commitment from anybody. It's impossible because no one wants to commit until the Senate and the bill is ratified and we have actual development. Yeah.
But we actually did have a conversation with Dale Morton from UVI Extension Program, right. And he said he is actually willing. He actually wanted to view the site, but he wasn't available to come on Friday. But we actually had the conversations with them already.
And Mr. Hendrickson from Agriculture, by the way.
Okay. Thank you for that. Senator Angel Bolquez. Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for your 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and of course the testifying panel here for the bills before us. Before I start, June is National Gun Violence Awareness Month, and every day people are directly impacted by gun violence throughout the nation. And during this time, people are encouraged to wear orange, so I have my orange tie here today in representation of honoring the lives of the people who are affected by gun violence. And gun violence, National Gun Violence Day is always on the first Friday of June. I want to start off with the easement, Bill 36-0082, to the testifier or DPNR, just trying to verify, is the public still allowed to use this land, or is it now restricted to the private owner in the sense of the access road? That's just a yes or no.
Vincent Richards, Department of Property Procurement. Senator, yes, the public is allowed to use the property.
Okay, very well. That's all I needed to know for that. Let's move on to bill number 36-0094, rezoning parcel 2L Estate Bakkero from a R1 to a R3. Question, why is this rezoning from a R1 to a R3 deemed necessary for a parcel which is 0.6 acres in size? Is that kind of small? Is that recommended? Just verifying.
Leah Laplace Matthews. So for the sizes that the applicant is proposing, the R3 is the next zone available.
Okay, okay. And what specific infrastructure upgrades, if any, are needed to support the additional residential units?
None, Senator.
None. Okay, very well. And the environmental and traffic assessments were conducted?
We did the assessments with the rezoning. It's conceptual, so we can only go based on what's in the past and project into the future. So in the area does have residential use, and it's proposed for residential use.
Okay, very well. And we'll move on to Bill 36-0095 for the planned area development. And I want to commend Mr. Cornero and his team for a very thorough, descriptive testimony and information concerning the development. And we know housing is a very important aspect in what we are lacking here in the Virgin Islands with Airbnb taking over and people are displaced every day. So I commend you for your efforts in trying to create affordable housing for the people of the Virgin Islands. And also I want to thank the Rama family for being here as well, and both of you, in addition, for open dialogue and communication. What I've found in my time here in the legislature, some of these zonings, they can become very heated and very problematic and confrontational. Did I say that right? Confrontational. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, you know, and I'm happy that regardless of that, that you all have been continuing to communicate and continuing to build dialogue and continuing to try to find an amicable resolution. And with those numbers of 150 individuals I saw in the report came out, I was just curious
1 minute,
at the
30
time
seconds.
how much of them were against, or if there's even a number or not, or are we saying now that a majority of the issues have now been quelled? Are we, you know, based on the conversations here today, it seems so, as long as we do not implicate that access area that the Rama family is proposing that the AC development does not interfere with. So can I have an answer from the team here, AC?
Ms. LaPlace better could answer that question.
Okay.
So as part of the process, I did ask the applicant to address all of the issues and concerns that were brought up by the public. So they did address them, and it's part of the file.
Okay, excellent. So I love to hear that. And if, for whatever reason, I know that a part of that discussion included the centralized wastewater system, which you further explained to us during your testimony. If, in fact, for whatever reason, because sometimes we plan things out, they don't always work out how they're planned, but if it fails for whatever reason, and there is overflow in the nearby guts or wells, I mean, I know that hasn't happened, but can you at least share with us some conceptual thoughts concerning like what would be your next steps and for the continued collaboration with the Rama family and all of the neighbors in that area?
Yes, Senator. So opposed to what we have currently for septic systems, which is a cesspool, which is a tank, this is actually a septic with a leach field, which means that it's going to be subsurface disbursement. So any waste that's treated gets sent underground. It's not set in a pool that's sitting until it just gets to capacity. The HOA will be managing the maintenance of the septic systems, and as a HOA, we'll have a reserve account set up to handle maintenance and any possible issues with the septic system.
Time.
What about this stormwater retention?
Same thing.
Same thing.
Yep. So the system is an HDPE polyethylene plastic underground chamber that just stores the water. So it's meant to percolate through the soil after the ground is saturated. It'll just go out slowly and disperse slowly. It's just meant to help mitigate the downstream flooding, but just capturing water and holding it until the soil is dry, and then it can be drained out.
Okay, excellent. And Mr. Chair, may I quickly wrap up, please?
Yes, you may, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to put on the record that I appreciate the thoroughness and the thoughtfulness of your development team and yourself concerning trying to work with the Rama family on this. And you definitely have done your homework and are very well educated in the area. And I commend you. And I hope that this is not the last project that you endeavor upon. Keep that in your mind. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Volquez. Thank you very much. I wanted to sort of circle back around to the Bakkero rezoning, and I wanted to ask Ms. LaPlace Matthews, given that you had 3 similar R1 to R3 amendments that have occurred nearby in the area. Is there a broader neighborhood transition that's happening that should be addressed more whole scale through some comprehensive zoning process rather than this piecemeal approach?
Yes, Senator, and it is something we would like to address in the future as part of our implementation matrix with the comprehensive plan, looking at different areas that have had rezonings, because some estates have never had rezonings, some have, and seeing the trend and seeing if there may be need to change the zones themselves or change zonings altogether. So it is something that's on our to-do list for, the comp plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, the Office of Hubert Frederick and Central staff. Thanks for this opportunity to have a discussion with 3 young developers. This is good. I myself have dibby-dabby into that arena before, so I really commend you. In fact, we're going to talk a little bit after this. I think the IC technique is very interesting. Insulation is always important given our challenges with WAPA. So that's good. And radiant heat issues that we have right now with concrete. But my point was more focused on bill number 360095. Before you guys had your discussions, were some of these things discussed? The concern about the tamarind tree? We call it tamarind tree. Okay, tamarind tree. Okay, fine. Tamon. Okay, and was this issue discussed? The access with the road, was that discussed prior? And what was the situation?
We had an initial, the heirs, the heirs of the 17 original heirs of the graveyard property had a meeting with Mr. Canero in January of this year. So that was when we were first introduced to the proposal itself, and were first asked if we would give an easement. So of course my brothers and I wanted to speak further because it only borders our property. So even though we had the 17 heirs whose property is not separated out, they may have benefited from a road, but just to put on record too that should no longer be a problem, because thanks to you, actually, it kind of brought us together so that we can now manage that whole situation a little better. But yes, so we were aware of some of these initially, and we have had conversations regarding some of them. There's still a couple things that nobody touched on yet, so I was waiting to see if any of you would, and I still would like to hear them discuss them, but it had to do with trash removal and infrastructure.
Okay, so another concern you mentioned was the sightliness of the development. You have a problem seeing homes being built?
No, we don't have a problem seeing homes being built. The way that the estate is right now, or what's left of the estate is right now, it's a very private enclave, and so there were things that, for example, my brother had discussed a project that he wanted to work on our part of the property that would involve keeping that area as private as possible due to the clientele that he would be bringing for rehabilitation purposes, for example. So all of that's going to change. That whole dynamic is going to change now. So it's good that we have a group who's doing something with a piece of property. It's unfortunate that what they will be doing will detrimentally affect what we're trying to do as well. So that was part of the reason. It's not that it's unsightly. It's just that the preservation that would have enabled us to keep that property something that we could also benefit from is going to be gone. And there was also just the question of exposure. What kind of safety regard we're going to have
1
to take
minute, 30
safety
seconds.
regards or precautions or anything like that.
So it just seems like most of these issues were resolved. I know it seemed like both of your aunties sold the property, and that really triggered this, right?
No, they didn't. They passed away. Their daughters are the ones, yeah. But we We didn't know until January that this was actually going to happen. So the issues were not resolved. They were brought to the table. Resolution was proposed, but it wasn't satisfactory to the family at large.
The area around the tamarind tree, specifically, how much does that encroach on your property?
So the main thing, by the way, even though the tamarind tree is near and dear to us, is the cemetery property itself. And this easement is on the cemetery property. Okay. Or that it would be on the cemetery property. So I don't want for anyone to be distracted by the significance of the tamarind tree. The tamarind tree is near and dear to us. It is historically near and dear to every Virgin Islander. We know what that means. But this is about the land that the easement would have been on, which was the cemetery property.
Mr. Canero, from your point of view, the cemetery is how close to your property?
A far distance. The cemetery to the access road was about 500 feet. The cemetery to the property border was probably north of like 700 feet uphill.
Which is sufficient distance to protect it. Okay. Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may finish up this thought. So it seems to me that most of the relevant issues are resolved now, and we could move forward now in a collaborative manner. They have suggested a possible seat on the HOA. That's very important. And so keep the discussion going. I like the fact that we can work things out without having to go to court. So this is a very important issue, and I will support this initiative. Keep me posted if there's any problems, okay? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Hubert Frederick. Senator Novell E. Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and of course, good afternoon to the testifiers. I, too, stand in support of most of the discussion here today, and I want to say, first of all, Bill number 36-0082. I wanted to ask you, Assistant Commissioner, is there any other adjacent property owners that may be subjected to a landlocked situation at that property?
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, not to my knowledge. And let me clarify. In my testimony, I did say the property is technically or theoretically landlocked. On the northeastern part of their property, there is a road, but there's a gut between their property and the road. So to answer your question, no, I have no knowledge of anybody else being landlocked from their property.
Very well. And just moving along, I stand in support of Bill 36-0094 as well. And I wanted to say in the Bill 36-0095, certainly I believe that there's some good discussion here this afternoon, and I want to commend again the presentation that have been made by 340 North, Mr. Canera and his team, and that in fact I believe that you have made clear and convincing discussion in respect to moving this project forward. I heard the discussion about balance between progress and preservation as always very, very important. Progress without preservation is rootless, and preservation without progress is stagnant. So I like the fact that there seems to be some communication happening here, and again, all of this is always the art of collaboration, communication, and compromise. So I'm starting to see some of that developing here. So I think it's important that we recognize the contribution that have been made by Ms. Raymer and her family. It's always tough, knowing the situation. I'm the heir to 335 acres of property as well. Certainly not in the Virgin Islands, it's in Antigua. But, again, having these type of discussion and being able to develop these properties is always painful in some instances and rewarding in other instances. The discussion about opposition, I always believe, provides opportunities. And from what I'm hearing here today, there is some opportunities that need to be discussed, and I think that it will be important for both 340 North and the Raymer family to have those continued discussion there in respect to that. So before I go to Mr. Canero for his discussion on those opportunities, I wanted to ask you, Ms. Raymer, you spoke about that you did an on-site presentation. how much of a dialogue or communication have you had with 340 North?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
We have had a lot of dialogue. We've been going back and forth and hashing this out ever since we found out, ever since the family found out in January. Keep in mind that this is twofold again. There's some who are in opposition to the project as a whole, and there are some who are more concerned about the encroachment on the graveyard property or the separation, the lack of continuity between the ancestral area of the tamarind
1
tree
minute,
and the
30
graveyard.
seconds.
But we have been in dialogue. Like he said, I have his number. I think he has mine. And just this morning when I came in, I asked him if we could have another conversation with my brothers regarding the Gooseberry Lane access, because that also borders our property.
Excellent. And let's not make perfection be the enemy of good. I think that you should continue to have those dialogue moving forward. So I sense from your testimony as well, Mr. Canary, that you've been having some difficulties with our federal programs, CDBG and VI Slice and VIHFA, right?
A lot of problems, yes.
That's a crying shame.
It is.
That's a crying shame, because we're talking about all of this money that we have throughout the Virgin Islands. We complain every single day about the housing stock and the lack of housing in this community, and we want to move this forward. But still, when we have young brothers, locals that are trying to have some opportunities here, you're getting pushed back.
30 seconds.
That's a problem. So again, in the cloud of this whole discussion here, I think that what I'm hearing from you, and obviously we as a body need to take a closer look at, is what are those barriers? What's preventing, what's delaying that discussion that need to be had in respect to how can the federal programs assist in being able to, again, advance our federal programs. Because guess what? If we don't use it, we're going to lose it again back. So I think that there's some opportunities there. So if you could just weigh in on some of those difficulties or challenges you're experiencing and see how best we could help you in navigating that, I'd appreciate it. If Mr. Chairfield just allow that. Thank you.
Definitely.
Sir, so this started about 3 years ago. I'll start there. Multiple RFPs being canceled, multiple issues with communication. We've reached out to senators for help with conversation and prior bids, and now we are here today with our own project we created. The issues stem from lack of engagement. I don't like to have an opinion, but it's a little bit unfortunate that maybe we're 20 years too young or too melanated. So I can't answer that question for you, but I'll put that on the record. It makes no sense that we're asking for the same things that have precedent already set. For instance, luckily we were able to have a $74.3 million project for 315 units, right? That equates to about $230,000 a unit. We're asking for about $189 per unit. So it's a 20% reduction in ask for impact that creates a net positive increase in the housing stock. So between a no-fo we responded to in November and to now, we've had numerous conversations in person and virtually with the authority, and progress it's slow, stalled. I will say that the staff is very, very friendly, but it's been a struggle with management. And I will add, can you please help us even after this session, because there will be some animosity with these comments, and I'm pretty sure this will add to the stall if your input isn't helped, because I'm calling out intentionally. I don't care now, sorry. It's the time now, right? We tried over and over again. Even after the last session in April, we tried to have a meeting. It took 30 days to get a meeting set. We emailed Mr. Senator Blyting every time on the meeting, 30 days. This makes no sense. Secondly, I will add, you all mentioned about St. Croix before too. There was an RFP set in July of 24. We provided a bid for 140 units, 70 towns, 70 singles, and the RFP was canceled in December. No questions about it. So what we're asking for is to rethink how development is made, because you have all these funds, but I think if you're not a developer, you don't know how to utilize them. Meaning, we have $60 million in CDBG funds. A developer needs between $5 to $8 million to be sufficient. We could do a lot of houses with $60 million at the same time. Ideally, 600 houses can be constructed in the territory over 10 years if we were acting like business people and using this money properly. That is not being done. We've tried to share that recommendation before. Many times we've been shut down for going outside the conversation, meaning I've mentioned other projects and I've been told, please keep this convo to this one project. So there's not an openness for discussion, it's an openness for progress, and here we are telling you now what's been happening, and we're being transparent. Thank you.
Could I respond also?
Thank you very much, Mr. Canero.
I'm sorry. I was asking if I could respond also.
Hold your point. Okay. When I try to get the testifiers, my colleagues in, we'll give you an opportunity. Okay, so just write down your point. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, and everyone in and outside the room. I first wanted to start quickly about the easement in Estate LaGrange. Mr. Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, I need to get your title right, Richards, you said that the property is not landlocked, but there's a reason why the owner hasn't been able to access it?
Vincent Richards.
Is that what you said?
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Senator James, the property is theoretically landlocked on the eastern side of the property, that there is quote-unquote access. There's a large gut, major gut, that runs from the road, right between the road and where this property is. So there would not be realistic access. So the easement that we are proposing is what has been used has been used historically to access the property.
So the easement, I should say the gut doesn't interfere with the easement, correct?
No.
Okay, great. I wanted to make sure that was the case. So the landowner really has historically been using the easement and taking care of that easement.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you for that. When it comes to both that one and 36-0094, the property in Estate Bakkero, I have no further questions. I wanted to ask Ms. Raymer, how many heirs are there now to the property owners? How many heirs are there that you're speaking on behalf of?
I am speaking on behalf of two sets of heirs. My brothers and I are the heirs of Alfred Raymer, who owned 4H. Then the remainder of the family, I'm speaking on their behalf in regards to the cemetery, the graveyard property. There are 17 heirs, I believe, still remaining or remaining from the graveyard property. If not the original 17 heirs, then descendants of the original 17 heirs are remaining. And that is four. Okay,
Rosendahl, go ahead.
4 Estate Rosendahl, number 4.
So well, I hope you have that all those heirs have an estate plan, because it leads to the problems we've been experiencing in the Virgin Islands with heirs' property and then not being able to utilize the property in the future. So I'm hoping that's the case. I wanted to explore a little bit the proposed easement to the development. I'm not exactly sure.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Does that mean that you would have to agree to that easement? Because it says proposed easement, so would the heirs of the properties that you represent have to agree to that easement with the proposed developers?
Yes, ma'am. And that was why I was also asking earlier if we could get them to say on record that they would abandon that angle of asking for that easement through the graveyard property.
Okay, got that. To the developers, I just want to first of all commend you on the. There was one aspect of it that jumped out at me, and that is really cisterns. the project says that you're going to have individual assistance for each unit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As ancient as that is, believe it or not, it's still an innovative and technological advancement even up to today. And most people don't realize that by having systems, we're promoting sustainability and resource utilization. So that jumped out at me as one effective feature of your development. What happens if you don't get the funding? Because it seemed as if the funding is also for the purchase of the property, correct?
Time.
No, it's not. My investor equity.
Okay, it's not.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. I wanted to confirm that. I hear that my time is up, so I'm going to thank you all for your presentations, and I agree with my colleagues that an open dialogue between the property owners is really effective in terms of just being good neighbors. So thank you very much, and best wishes to all.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we all live in a small community. I want to ask Ms. Raymer real quickly because there was a gentleman used to work in finance. I remember I was going to Lockhart School. He used to walk with a limp. I know he was Mr. Raymer, but how is he related to you?
Good afternoon, Senator. That was Alfred, my father.
Okay, so he was the original owner for the property.
My brothers and I are his heirs to 4H.
Okay, I know him well. Nice guy. He used to be the data processing man. He used to cut the government paychecks. Good friend of my mom, you know. You know, there's a lot of people here. We all living together. I see my sister Dawn. I see the two Thomas brothers. And of course, both of your father, Mr. Frederick and Conero, your fathers are here as well in the audience. So, you know, welcome to the legislative chambers. You know, this is, I got a question here for Ms. Laplace Matthew, the graveyard. Do you see any violations with the law with this project, this planned project? Does it violate any laws as far as graveyard?
No, Senator. The applicant did state that the easement was going to be, 500 feet from the graveyard?
So it fully complies with the law?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, you know, I want to go to Mr. Conero because this is an awesome presentation. Make no bones about it. I happen to know Mr. Fredericks as well. We spent a little time together last week on another matter. Okay, so the calabash is 1,200 square feet, and you're saying it's going to be about $400,000?
If we get the funding as proposed, yes.
Okay, so that comes out to $333 a square foot. Congratulations, because that's one of the things that we've been seeing here in this legislature, where there's no projects coming before us at a reasonable square foot cost. So I congratulate you on that. And you said the 1,600 square foot is going to be a single detached family, and that's about how much is that one there going to be?
Price point, undetermined yet. So about that unit is that it's going to help us level the affordability. So in order to build an affordable scale, you have to, of course, make profit, right?
Okay, yeah. So those are going to be the ones that going to be a little bit more expensive because they're saying, okay, no problem, no problems with that. You know, this area, like I said, when I was a Boy Scout, we used to go out there, camp, sleep in the area. Lovely area. You know, this is the kind of area that us Virgin Islanders need to be living in. You know, it doesn't have a steep terrain. It rains a lot. It's cool. There's a cool Northside breeze. So this is a good development. I just wanted to make sure that there's you know, consensus.
1 minute 30 seconds.
With the neighbors and everybody else. So I wanted to go and ask one other question. the reforestation, you said they had some tree bores, possibly there's some tree bores. Do you know for certain that there was tree bores in the areas, or you're just guessing?
Dr. Gerald Frederick, so based on a cultural assessment, that is what was said to us, yes.
Okay, but you didn't see any, did you?
We specifically didn't see.
Okay.
All of this was just included in the report.
Okay, so Ms. Laplace, before the construction begins, they're going to have to do these mitigation methods. Can you give me the details on that?
Well, Senator, I can state that they would have to follow tree board protocols. The details would be from Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Okay, so, you know, that tree board thing, I'm going to give you a little history on that. When I was at the Housing Authority and Governor Roy Snyder had charged me with demolition and constructing the emergency housing in Nazareth. The neighbors them in Nazareth wasn't having it. So I was in the federal court every week with tree boards, mitigation, then it was a hawks, bill, turtle, and it was just a never-ending stuff. You know, we was in court every week, the federal building. So, you know, I'd advise you to follow the laws and make sure that the mitigation, whatever plans that you have to do to preserve the ecosystem, because this is a real nice area. And anyone that's going to have a home in this area, this is a beautiful, beautiful area. So let's preserve it and let's have a balance. I see my sister down there smiling with me. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you for your testimony. First, I must say that I do support all of the bills. We'll be supporting, because we don't vote in the committee of the whole, but I will be supporting all three of these bills. I want to say, honestly, I'm happy to see I'm part of AC Development, Mr. Canero, Dr. Frederick, and Mr. Thomas. I appreciate what you guys are doing. Young black men, Virgin Islanders who came home, saw a need, and wanted to contribute back to your community. You're doing it elsewhere, why can't you do it here? And I just want to make note of a couple of things that this development will do. First of all, it will assist in 80 units with a mix of townhouse units and single-family detached unit. It's a planned area development with a total coverage of 35%, which is substantially less than an allowable lot coverage if the properties were subdivided and developed separately as opposed to a planned area development. Ms. Blanchard, is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, very well. And DPR noted in the testimony that the proposed development is in line with a comprehensive land and water use plan. And of course, we know we have a housing crisis here in the territory. And DPR must approve a stormwater pollution protection program before the development can proceed. And we often speak about the need to address the shortage of housing. And we must recognize that there are no perfect solutions and that we must compromise and seek the best mix of development and preservation in the territory. And we also speak about the need to attract our young people to return home and stay in the territory, as the governor is doing right now, telling people to come home. Telling people to come home. We need our help. But yesterday when we have them here, what are we doing? We have a lot of young people here right now that's putting forth the expertise, the education, and what's happening. What's happening? But we don't spend enough attention in making sure that they have places to live, because when they come home and live, we're in the streets. Where do they live? With the mother on the couch? That's what's happening. I mean, I be real, you know. I ain't gonna cut no can, they're being real that they can get. And let us be honest with ourselves. We can't send our young people to school where they become highly qualified, highly trained, and ask them to come home and contribute to our society, but they will not have a place to live with it. Whereas in the foreseeable future, they're living with their parents or with friends or bunking up with each other. And that can't work. That can't continue to work. And we need more housing. We need more workforce housing. We need more senior housing. We need more transitional housing. And in total, we need more affordable housing. And this meets the threshold that HFA is trying to talk about and have been talking about for some time. More developers and development. Average home in St. Thomas is 700 and change. We talk of 400,000 price point. Our biggest challenge right now, honestly, colleagues, is our government, the different agencies. These young men have been on it for 3+ years. I've sent them to all the right places, meet with the right people. The last time when we had, they did meet with
1 minute, 30
Jones,
seconds.
right here in the chambers. So we will, and I need to follow up and be more stern in terms of what we're doing. Because for years, not now, for years from the time I came in here, almost 11 years ago, we've been having a discussion with housing and affordable housing and a housing crisis, especially after the hurricane. And I must say, we really need to get serious. And the problem, in my opinion, is people just need to do the job. It's that simple. People need to do the job. Because your job is to assure that the money is spent and it don't go back like many have gone back in the past. And until you are affected, until your family member is on the street, or until your family member is trying to find a place to live and a situation happens, you understand exactly what the purpose of these funds. That's why they're saying here we must utilize the
30
funds.
seconds.
The CDBG program, the first-time home buyers program, the SLICE program, the mitigation funds, all inclusive. We need to find ways to spend those funds. We have young Virgin Islanders here who are trying to take care of all the challenges in terms of what the funds were for, and here it is, we're having issues, and they are having issues for whatever reason. I do not know why. I will not say why. But I know for sure when other developers come, it's not an issue. It's not an issue. We roll out a red carpet for them. But when our own, Mr. Chair, if I can, try to do some positive and give back to the community, it's an issue. And it's sad. It's sad what's going on in our territory. And honestly, I'm frustrated. I'm sick of it. You know, and I speak the truth. And many times I'm fight down because of that, but it is what it is. I'm obliging, period. And I'm sure my colleagues will get on board also in terms of assuring that we work with you to make sure that people do the right thing on behalf of you, on behalf of our territory, on behalf of our young people, on behalf of Virgin Islanders, because we have to support each other, because if we don't, who will? If we don't, who will? So, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the leniency, and like I say, I will be voting yes in the affirmative. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blythe. And before the majority leader takes the mic, I wanted to just ask Ms. LaPlace. I know naturally persons living in a particular neighborhood, in a particular community for years, for decades, for generations, they're concerned about preserving the character of that space. That's just human nature. I wanted to get a sense as to your thinking from the perspective of DPNR when you are evaluating when to, evaluate whether or not the R3 zoning, for example, is appropriate versus maintaining an R1 to maintain the character of the neighborhood. How do you make those types of decisions?
Thank you, Senator. So what we do is we have to look at the past, see if there's been any requests in the past, what the requests were for, look at the future. We cannot predict 100% what the future holds, but we know that there is high potential that people will eventually develop their property if it's not already developed. So that's what we try to do, look at the present, look at the past, look at the future. And I do also want to put on the record for the public's education is that the code does allow for various development options. And many of our locals, especially those with large land, they don't know of these development options. The first thing we'll think of is subdivision or rezonings. But we have development options such as the PAD or a group dwelling that allows you to develop your property, and the code requires a certain percentage be preserved so that we have that preservation aspect where the entire property is not, being bulldozed and developed. So there are development options available, and I just hope that our public, those large landowners, that they're aware of them, they know that it's available to them and not just, outside developers.
Because even as a policymaker, I think in the 4 years that I've been here, if I can recall, this is the first time I am here considering a PAD. I don't think I've seen that before. So that's something to me. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, St. Croix. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Let me get rid of the easy ones quickly. The easement 36 at 0082 to allow access for property owners, 100% support. The property at Estate Bakkero, all the surrounding properties are zoned the same, 100% support. The last one, 36 at 0095, there are just some quick questions. Ms. Raymer, the land was sold by your family to this group?
Good afternoon, Senator. No, well...
Was the
yes
family
no.
sold by, was the land sold by your family to this group?
I don't think the sell, I don't know, because it's my cousin's property, so I wouldn't be the right one to ask that
So your
question.
cousins are your family, right?
Correct, but I don't know that much of their business to know if they've already sold it.
So then why are you having a discussion with them if you don't know if it was sold?
That is a very good question. I don't know, but these are the people that are representing, and so these are the people we're dealing with. These are the people that have the proposal.
That's good. And I point that out because I find it strange that you have a large parcel of land that is owned by a family, and a portion of the land is either sold or an agreement is had with a group to develop the property, and then the developers are receiving all of the flack. Like they just came and did not go into an agreement with family members or didn't purchase from family members. The long and short is either they sold it or they're allowing the group to do it. So then to now come and tell the group, well, you have to preserve this, you have to do this, you have to do that. That conversation should have been had with the family. In all honesty, it should have been had with the aunts or the cousins. It should have been had where this is the family property. We need to agree. We need to do this. We need to do that. The agreement shouldn't be to the point where we're having a town hall hearing for this group saying you have to promise this, you have to promise that. They're on the floor promising. Stop promising.
Could I clarify?
No. It's my time. The chair could give you the time, but I just need to. It's not a committee it's not a town hall meeting. Okay? Your development company must adhere to all of the prescribed laws of the Virgin Islands. That's what you have to do. You have to adhere to the building code. You have to adhere to all of the environmental concerns. That's what you have to do. You have put on the record 65% green space, 35% building. And then you're hearing all different type of stuff about this and that. That is discussions that the family need to have with whoever sold the property or whoever went into the agreement. Your job is to focus on the development. Now I've heard so many questions about the Taman tree and the Tambran and St. Croix and the cemetery. But the big issue is this CDBG funds. They're going to go back because they're here not doing what we're supposed to do to make sure those federal funds are spent. And I'm hoping that these young guys that are here, Virgin Island and St. Thomian, that they're not penalized for coming on the floor and speaking the truth, that we're not spending the monies the way we're supposed to spend it. We already lose over $70 million in education funds that went back because it wasn't spent. And if we stay here dragging our feet and blocking these individuals from bringing a development to St. Thomas that need housing, and we literally acting like St. Thomas got so much land for home development or anything else. Like we have so much property that we could develop. You have a limited pool. If they're going to adhere to the laws of the Virgin Islands, and just from hearing the presentation and everything, you can tell that they're three good young guys, that they want to do what is right, that they want to protect the environment. They come from here. The CDBG, when we get them back on the floor, that's what we need to question. They haven't even developed the rules and regulations for the CDBG MIT funds. They're going to go back, that's in 2019 or what year? 2021?
2019 first, and then the tranche we're looking at 2021.
So from 21 for 4 years, they have not yet developed the regulations. You know what? You know what?
30 seconds.
They're going to be pulling those monies if we don't develop the regulation and begin to give individuals the money to develop these properties. And I hope that you guys are even successful on St. Croix. I want to see you build twice on St. Croix, because we have over 200 acres of GRS land sitting dormant on St. Croix in Coakley Bay that could be developed for home ownership. We are not going to be able to retain nurses and teachers, etc., if we don't have middle-income home in this place. They're going to go to the States. While we're protecting the tree bow and the tamarind tree and everything else, they're going to fly away. So I believe in the historical aspect, protect this, protect that. But St. Thomas needs home development, affordable home development, because in Dono you're spending $120 million to develop 80 units in federal funds.
Time.
To contractors. Take the contract from one contractor from, who had it first? I can't remember now. Benton has it. $120 million for 80 units. That ain't going to belong to nobody. They ain't going to belong to homeowners. And now you have the opportunity to have 80 townhomes and everything else. Some of the senators in here, they ain't got a house by one there. That's a possibility. But we got to look at this as through the federal lens. What are you doing? Part of those federal monies were to develop housing and provide home ownership for Virgin Islanders, not to sit on the money and allow the money to go back. And I don't want to have a back and forth. So it's not for a back and forth, Ms. Raymond, not attacking, I'm just trying to talk some reality. But if I need to come back for a point, I will come back for a point. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Could I respond
Thank you
to that,
very much, Senator Vialet. Ms. Raymond, I'll give you an opportunity to...
Okay, thank you. First, I want to clarify for Senator Vialet.
Concisely.
First, I want to clarify for Senator Vialet that these adjoining properties were owned by different individuals who happen to be siblings. So the property that they are representing does not belong to me or to my brothers. It belonged to my cousin's mothers. The clarification. So as far as having a family discussion, that's irrelevant, because the proper discussion is with these developers at this point, because we, even though we support housing in the Virgin Islands, need some questions answered that will affect those of us living in the community. I just so happen to be related, so that's why it looks like we're all one big happy family. That was number one. The second thing is accountability. So even though there are things that are historically and culturally important to us, again, because I live downstream of where they're going to be developing, I have some pointed questions for them, some that I haven't even heard any of the senators address, such as infrastructure, such as trash removal, such as they have not even spoken to Public Works yet. So how do we know that any of this will actually come to fruition the way planned? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Raymer. Senator Vialet, you recognize for your point of information.
Just listening to their presentation for the last 2 hours, you could tell that these are responsible young St. Thomians. They have not avoided any question. Every single concern, sitting there, they try to come up with a solution. So we can't do that. And I want to end on my last concern that I had at the last hearing that we had for the 200-year lease, the 100-year lease. I asked the owner sitting there and the attorney, would you be willing to allow, and Mr. Richards, would you be willing to allow Virgin Islands culture bearers on your board? They never answered the question, but this group clearly said, are we willing to put AREMA and the housing organization that we put into? We're willing to put one of the family members to make sure that they have a say and an input. But the last one for the 200-year, they said they're willing to put nobody, and we vote yes. Well, not me, I vote no. But I just want people to remember that, okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Vialet. 99 years with 2 options for renewal, Senator. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Before I begin, I'd like to congratulate. We had a Virgin Island team that went away this weekend, RBI team, females, and they're the regional champions. So I want to give kudos and shout out to them, to the 2025 RBI regional champions. I think the coach is Mr. Richard Clendenin. And then we had a couple tournaments here, and you know, I just want to say congratulations to all the winners this weekend and all the participants for doing their job. It isn't easy, and they continue to do it, and I'm going to continue supporting them. And I ask my colleagues for us to continue supporting the youth of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Richards.
Yes, Senator Lewis. Good afternoon.
First in a long time, people forget about you here, right? Anyway, as it pertains to this easement, is this ingress or egress, is it close to a gut?
The easement that we're talking about, Senator, no, it's not close to a gut, Senator.
Okay, good. So it wouldn't impact any natural resources or anything at this time?
Negatively, no, Senator. That's my impression, no, sir.
Okay, good. Ms. Laplace, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Is the proposed septic system in compliance with the current environmental and public health standards at this time?
Yes, Senator.
Good. As the department has the cumulative impact of recent R1 to R3 rezonings in the area?
Other than the previous three, that's it.
That's it? Was there input from neighboring property owners during or after the public hearing?
We had a public comment period after the public hearing. The file is also available. Prior to the public hearing, no comments were received prior, during, or after the public hearing.
Senator, Mr. Chairman, you could hold my time, please. I ain't see the next set of testifiers. Oh, they come back. Good afternoon, Mr. Conero.
Good afternoon, sir.
I always like to be about fairness, and I think that we've seen some reasoning going on here that I think that's well within the ballpark. First, I think you explained how the project on a whole would, the project design would incorporate or protect culturally significant landmarks. And the REMA talks about the ancestral tamarind tree and the cemetery. That's overall, did we miss anything at all, to the best of your knowledge?
So we hired our consultant, Coco Soul International, for the cultural study. The tamarind tree in question is on the 4H parcel and not in anywhere in our development. The cemetery is same. It's not our property either. So the only reason why it's a conflict is because we were initially proposing a road that would cut access between the cemetery
1 minute, 30
and the tree,
seconds.
which again are not our parcels.
Okay, good. Ms. Rayma?
Yes.
In your view, what kind of development, if any, would be acceptable on the parcel, if designed, with community, cultural, and environmental needs in mind?
A smaller I wouldn't say structure, but maybe something that didn't house at least 160 people in a small area, the way this potentially will do, with no supportive infrastructure in place. I understand that it'll be in phases.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we'll have time for Public Works or Department of Public Safety or WAPA, because none of you have asked these questions, by the way, and you've all approved this. And I would hate for it to come down to some situation or incident whereby, because things weren't properly vetted, the rest of us end up paying the price for what happens today. I have nothing against these young men. I get goosebumps thinking about what they have done and are doing by coming here. And I would support this if I knew that we could do it in the most responsible way.
Yeah.
And
So
I haven't been convinced.
I hear your concerns, but for me, I wouldn't be asking
30
them that
seconds.
question. I'll be calling public safety, I'll be calling public works, I'll be calling DPNR, I'll be calling all the compliance agencies that who we pay and who's supposed to defend the Virgin Islands people and this government.
That's what I was hoping you guys would do.
Yeah, but they're here today. So at some other point in time, we'll have to ask. And today's not a day for voting. So I still have time between now and voting day to ask those important questions. Yeah. Mr. Chair, I thank you for that time. And again, I'd like to congratulate all the youths this weekend who participated in sports or whatever type of activities. Oh yeah, I can't bring his name now, but somebody in here sure could help me. The young gentleman from Lockwood School that went away to participate in the spelling bee. Say it again. Foy, Mr. Foy from Lockwood School, if I'm not mistaken. Congratulations to him as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much. I echo your sentiments, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Canero, how will the phased construction schedule minimize disruption to existing residents over the 3 to 3.5 year timeline?
So the phase schedule is a combination of the absorption rate for housing. So we can't build more than we can sell. So that's why it's allocated that way. Regarding the construction schedule and construction impact, our sediment and erosion control plans show a stepped approach to soil disturbance. So we're only disturbing what we think we can sell, which is why we separated in those phases. So will it impact the residents? Yes, there'll be noise regardless during that 3-year period, but environmentally, the plan is designed so we're not exposing a bunch of land that we have no use to build in until X amount of time in the future.
Okay. I wanted to ask, and I know Ms. Rima mentioned something, I wanted to ask about, do we do, and maybe Ms. Laplace, you could answer the question, do we do things like traffic impact studies for something like this, if we have a development? Do we do things like that to determine or to project or to, you know, I guess, figure out the impact of a brand new development with, let's say, 80 units or double that in terms of people, traffic? Do we do things like that?
So, Senator, in terms of traffic, the applicant is required to do their driveway permit with Public Works. So the details of whatever studies may be required, that's, you know, with them and Public Works.
So it's a Public Works thing.
Right. For environmental concerns, for DPNR, being that they did the PAD application, we do require detailed studies. So they had to do, you know, their cultural survey, they had to do the historical survey, the environmental survey, and then we required the engineering studies for the stormwater pollution prevention plan. So there are different studies depending on whatever agency that, you know, it's part of the requirement of getting permits.
Excellent. Thank you. Senator Kenneth Gittins, Vice President, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Let me first start with 360082. The rezoning in the LaGrange area. Just to clarify, is from DPNR, is the government currently utilizing any portion of the surrounding property?
I will have to defer to Mr. Richards, actually.
Vincent Richards from Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, the subject property is a roadway or driveway. It's a driveway.
A driveway for who?
It's a driveway that's used for the property owner.
So just the property owner is utilizing the area of concern?
Yes, Senator. It's an ingress and egress for that property. It is documented in the photograph and the exhibits that we showed during my testimony, and I'd be happy to forward it to you.
And so they're already utilizing it, so, but I wanted to know about any liability if something were to occur on this land. Will there be any liability on the government?
I honestly can't answer that question right now, Senator.
All right. 0094, the Bakkero rezoning. Are there any plans for the to sell the property, or will it be rezoned for personal use of the property owners?
It's all personal use. The applicant stated it was all for personal use.
Okay. 0095, the hot topic. 340 North, it is?
Sir. Yes, sir.
I think it's time for you all to consider 340 South. We got a lot of land.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Over in St. Croix. You know, I really like the presentation that you all made. Tell me your name again, young man.
Dr. Gerald Fredericks.
Gerald Fredericks. And the doctor is MD or PhD?
PhD.
Just wanted to make it clear. Now, I know you broached me with a conversation some months ago. I think we were in between a flight or something, but you said you had to pull my ear. I didn't realize it was
1 minute, 30
to this
seconds.
magnitude. But I really congratulate you all on the presentation that you made today. Ms. Rema, I wish in your pitch that you more speak about the preservation of the grave site than the tamarind tree, because I for a minute I was going to ask you how much tamarind are we exporting, because the tamarind tree seemed to be really important. But I also like the example used by my former colleague in my former career and my current colleague, the minority leader, when he said, you know, we utilize a lot of those tamarind tree for directions here in the Virgin Islands.
30 seconds.
But I'm hoping that the family and this entity could put their heads together and come to some common ground to see how we could get to where we need to be. And I think I am seeing somewhere in between where you all have been dialoguing and could do some more and come to some common ground as to how to move forward. Now, I don't think it's their intent to dig up any of the graves, but since the tamarind tree is so important too, is there any way that you all could work around the tamarind tree?
Time.
Yeah, so we actually, since we had the Friday conversation and learned about the tamarind tree, we just leave it. We're just going to leave it disrupted and work around it.
Okay.
So, one more thing, the tree is not on our property either. So that's one big thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not. So our
So
road
you can't touch it?
We can't. It's not ours.
Okay.
So that's the first thing.
And I apologize for my my joke with you all earlier about not being gentlemen and giving up a cheer to the lady. Now I see why.
But we're friends.
She sat on her side and you all stuck together. But at the appropriate time, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, I will vote accordingly. But I'm asking the two to please just continue your dialogue and come up with something amenable for both sides.
Senator Giddens, may I clarify something?
Wait, you got to go through the chair. I don't want to get in trouble with a soul here today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. Ms. Raymer, you may
Just to
proceed.
quickly clarify Senator Giddens' question, the connection with the tamarind tree, and I'm really happy that everybody remembers the tamarind tree. It seems like if nothing else, that will be remembered. But the important part was the connection between the proximity of the tamarind tree, this easement road that was going to float to go between it and the family cemetery. That was what was most important to the family, was maintaining or retaining the continuity between the two. Just wanted to clarify that. So the cemetery is ideally the most important thing as far as preservation and access to it. We don't want to have to deal with maintaining a road that we'll have litter, we'll have trespassers onto the property, the cemetery property, things like that.
Thank you, Ms. Raymer. I think we have Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question that was asked by Senator Gittens, the grantee, the individuals that's receiving the easement will assume liability as per paragraph 7 in the agreement.
Media, thank you. You stated that repeat that one more time for me and tell me where we could see that.
I've been advised that the grantee will assume liability of what happens on the easement, Senator.
And where could we see that in written form?
In paragraph 7, I'm advised.
Paragraph 7 of?
Of the easement agreement.
So do you have a copy of that easement agreement to provide?
It was provided to the chair and the committee.
Yeah, but it's on the public drive.
And that's tell me one more time.
Paragraph 7, Senator.
Okay, I'll look for that. And Mr. Chair, if I may just ask the gentleman from the Rosendahl thing, what's you might have answered it already, but what's the average cost of for a townhome in your development?
The average cost exceeds the sale price, hence the need for the grant money. So the average cost would be around $500,000 to build. The average sale price we're targeting is $400,000.
Wow. So as we discuss minimum wage, raising minimum wage, who's going to afford that, buddy?
Because they're currently paying rents at that price. So we're targeting the middle class that currently pay rents in the high twos, which equates to a mortgage of the $400,000.
All right. When you consider 340 South, you try come down on those numbers too, okay?
Of course, of course.
Thank you.
So one thing I want to add is with the federal funding, so we asked for about $6 million. If that was to increase, then that would essentially lower the cost of the house to the buyer.
Okay. From 5 to 4?
No, from 4 to under 4.
Under 4, yeah. So it just depends on how much fund is allocated to us. Will essentially determine it can determine what that price, how low we can go with that price. So basically, more federal funding will mean a lower cost price to the buyer.
Thank you very much. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the first measure, which is 82. And I would like, through the chair, if they could put back up the drawing of where that parcel is, because I'm like 100% sure, I just want to be right, that is the entrance to Fleming Circle. And I think what he's saying is they've been using this entrance to get to the property all along the way. What I'm sure of, the Fleming's family sold that property to Mr. Martin, who now owns the property, and I think he's seeing that this property they've been using for maybe 100 years now is actually government property. So I would ask you, the chair, if we could ask property procurement to put back up that drawing showing us exactly where that easement is. I appreciate that if we could do that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson.
If we can zoom in, to that red dot in the middle of the screen, it would help.
I think you had a picture of that drawing for that entrance to that gate.
Just
I
zoom,
think it's your
just zoom in again and slide. Use the bottom slider to slide to the right. Media, please. That's good. The bottom slider, if you, okay, that's good. Thank you. The entrance to the gate is to the left of that red dot. And the
if I may, one of your slides have a picture of that entrance of that gate. I don't know if it's the next slide, and that's why if we could get to that picture, it will really confirm what we're asking.
Media, are you able to identify that particular slide that the senator is referencing? Okay, we may have to move forward. Media, are we able to identify that slide? Okay.
There you go.
Senator, is that the slide you're looking at?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Richards, please.
Thank you, Senator. The easement is the area that's to the front of the gate. That dirt, what looks like dirt, that's the area that's the easement. The government owns from the road edge right up until the gate, and they're asking for an easement that allows them to get off the road to their gate.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what I thought it is. That is Fleming Circle. Those people own that property from donkey years, and they've been using that entrance to go to that property for donkey years too. And what I quite sure, like as I said, the property was purchased by this gentleman, Mr. Martineau, and now that he purchased it, he's saying that he's been utilizing the government property to access his property, which is a gut, and there's some old metal poles there that stop cattle and horse from crossing that. That's what used to stop them from entrance in the Fleming Circle. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm quite familiar with the area and what they're asking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Canero, you talked earlier about these units being energy efficient. Could you expound a little more on it? Like, are they meeting industry standards, certified, like, expound a little more on that for me, please.
Of course. So we'll start with the ICF. The ICF helps us to reduce energy costs through maintenance. So your AC will be running less and have a lower energy bill. That's the first step. Second is low consumption appliances and fixtures. So a low flush toilet, a low gallons per minute shower head, and then appliances that are rated for Energy Star rating, like the fridges, the stoves, the water heater, stuff like that. And then second, or the higher tier to that is we're gunning for an Energy Star rating system through the actual design. So we have a consultant based in Maryland hired to do an energy audit for us through our design, and then he'll fly out during construction to verify we're building as per plans and as per his recommendations. And then the last step to that is we're net zero ready at that point, meaning that once you add solar panels and batteries to those houses fully off the grid, because you have septic, sewer, water, and solar. At that point, you can aim for that.
So this would be something you probably would be able to engage, once I come to engage the property owners, reach out to our energy office for all our different programs we have and so forth. So individuals could take advantage of these types of benefits we have here in the territory. Thank you very much for that response. You could answer in the chair time if he allows.
A response, Dr. Frederick?
So, Dr. Frederick, so you mentioned the Department of Energy We have also already in a proactive effort, reached out to them regarding potential partnership and how we could be able to collaborate with them to incorporate this into the proposed development.
All right. Thank you very, very much. I think we've rapidly come to a close. We've exhausted our round of questioning. For sure, we have a housing crisis in this territory. That's the one consensus that I think we were able to arrive at here today. It's serious business, and I was somewhat disappointed, like my colleagues, that we may have agencies who are charged with positively impacting this housing crisis who may potentially be dragging their feet. And we really need to start moving and acting with a sense of urgency in this regard. That's just my little 2 cents. But I want to thank you, testifiers, for your testimony, for your passionate testimony, for your informative testimony. And I will give you an opportunity to just give us a wrap-up session, a wrap-up statement, I should say, maybe 30 seconds or less. We're going to start with you, Ms. Raymer, and allow all of the pertinent individuals to just give me a 30-second wrap-up.
Thank you, Senator Potter. I'll have to do this off the cuff. I don't have any wrap-up statement prepared. I just want to reiterate the main concerns that the family had, and that was access through the graveyard property. I think that was number one on the list that every Raymer can agree to. On a personal level, the influence on the ecological aspect, because I live right below the property, I'm concerned about things that you have addressed: stormwater, contaminating the well, flooding of the road, Rosendahl Road, redirecting the guts, stuff like that. I just putting it out there again because I just want to make sure right now everything is almost a what-if situation, because they have not received any concrete feedback from the departments that need to inspect them or need to help them inspect some of these things, like Public Works. So everything is completely up in the air. So I have to keep everybody's feet to the fire on this because I live there. I know we're talking about providing homes for people. Well, there is a home there, and it does count too. And I just want to make sure that not only for myself, but even for future developments, that we are on point and that we are taking into consideration not just those who are coming in and their safety and their well-being, but also those who are already there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raymer. Mr. Canero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to say that we need everyone's help to get this moving. We all know we need housing. We all know what's at stake. We need collaboration through every department. We need to not be chastised for our remarks today. That's one thing that I really hope you guys can help us with. And we know what's going on. We know where we stand. We haven't done enough as of to date, and we're trying our best to have an impact to help our community. So again, just please help us with the communication, help us make this move fast. And again, for us to hit our April date for units, we need everything to fall in place as we had laid out. So if we can get funding in place, we can get agreements set, and we can get permits approved, we will be here with homeowners in April. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Are you speaking on behalf of your team, or?
Hi. So, Dr. Gerald Frederick, so just want to reiterate that this is also passionate to us, right? Because we from here. We sit around and we watch so much people come from wherever they come from, Canada, Europe, the States. We watch them and they build on our land. Rarely does that money recirculate into the Virgin Islands. Rarely do they open training opportunities to people who from the Virgin Islands, from the technical skills or the technical school, the vocational school. Rarely does any of that happen. In our end, we don't even have funding or zoning or approval, anything like that. But we already been proactive in reaching out to all the departments, all the agencies, because we want to take the bulk of the load so that the homeowners don't have to do it. We want to carry the load so we could do it so people just come in ready to live, right? We want to basically shoulder the bulk of that load, and that's how we're trying to do. That's how we're trying to make an impact. We do the same in the States. We do the same in the States for various companies, various international agencies, but we don't want to do it. We see people home suffering all the time. Our parents suffering, our grandparents suffering, our friends, our cousins, everybody suffering. So why we can't be the change that people need to see?
Well said. Thank you very much.
Kadeem Huggins. I stand with my two good brothers right here, and I second what they say.
Well said. Thank you.
Mike Hancock. I'm the owner of 2L Estate Bakkero. I'd like to thank all of you for your time and consideration for all of these.
Speaking to the mics.
I'd like to thank all of you for all your time and consideration today to consider all of these proposals. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you. Mr. Laplace.
Good afternoon, and I just want to repeat earlier what I stated for our locals, especially if you're large landowners. There's various development options, not just the subdivisions or the rezonings. Please think about group dwelling or plan area development before you even consider selling your property. And those are avenues where you can preserve a large percentage of your property, and we can have a balance of both progress and preservation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laplace. Any comments? Or does Mr. Laplace speak on your behalf? Okay. Commissioner Richards.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. On behalf of Commissioner Lisa Alejandro and the Department of Property and Procurement, we appreciate it. We look forward to your support. And I've invested a tremendous amount of time here, but it was very much worth it just meeting and being in the presence of these young men. I'm going to make sure I give them my business card when we're done to see if we could get some more project when they're done with this one, because we've got some property here in St. Thomas that we can do some work with. We got a whole lot on St. Croix as well. So, thank you for the opportunity, and most of all, thank you for letting me meet and be in the presence of these amazing young individuals. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Richards. Ladies and gentlemen, the committee on the whole will stand in recess for 15 minutes. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. The committee of the whole meeting for Monday, June 2nd is officially back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda on block 2, and 3 into the record?
Block 2, consideration of bill. Bill number 36-0085, an act to prevent or rescind any automatic implementation of salary adjustments made pursuant to the recommendations of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission, to reclaim unauthorized payments, and to establish enforcement and penalty provisions. Invited testifier, Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance. Block 3, consideration of bill. Bill number 36-0053, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 5, Section 555B, to increase the minimum annual salary for full-time employees of the Government of the Virgin Islands, its semi-autonomous agencies, and independent instrumentalities from $27,040 to $32,000. This concludes the reading of Block 2 and 3, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence relative to these two matters to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter dated May 28, 2025. The Honorable Milton E. Potter, Senate President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Honorable Senate President Potter, thank you for the invitation to testify before the Committee of the Whole regarding Bill number 36-0085, scheduled for June 2nd, 2025. I acknowledge the significance of the matter under discussion and the public interest it has generated. Unfortunately, due to a long-standing schedule commitment, the receipt of the invite, the preparation for last week's session, and the budget overview session scheduled for June 3rd, I will be unable to attend the hearing. Thank you for your understanding. Respectfully, Cindy L. Richardson, Director. Letter dated May 28, 2025. Honorable Milton E. Potter, President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Mr. President, I am writing to formally notify you that, regrettably, I will be unable to testify before the 36th Legislature's Committee of the Whole regarding Bill number 36-0085, an act to prevent or rescind any automatic implementation of salary adjustment made pursuant to the recommendations of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission. Unfortunately, due to scheduling conflicts, I am unable to participate at this time. I trust that in the future, we will have a more suitable opportunity to address this matter of public officials' compensation and retirement through an open and fair process based on proven data and methodologies. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and truly appreciate your understanding. Should you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Cordially, Kevin A. Williams, Sr., Chief of Staff. Letter dated May 29, 2025. The Honorable Milton E. Potter, Senate President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Honorable Senate President Potter, I hope this message finds you well. I want to express my gratitude for the invitation to testify before the Committee of the Whole regarding Bill number 35-0085, scheduled for June 2nd, 2025. I sincerely appreciate your efforts to engage the community on such an important matter. Regrettably, due to existing commitments, including my preparation for the prior Senate hearing and upcoming budget overview, upcoming budget overview on June 3rd, 2025, I will be unable to attend this particular hearing. I deeply value the opportunity to share my perspectives on this legislation and am disappointed that I cannot participate in person. I remain committed to contributing to this discussion and would be more than willing to provide my input in writing or to join in on future occasion that aligns better with my schedule. Thank you for your understanding, and I look forward to continuing our dialogue on this significant issue. Warm regards, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner. This concludes the reading of correspondence for this block, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We just wanted the record to reflect that the pertinent executive branch officials were, in fact, invited to participate in this committee of the whole meeting. We will proceed with the first item in block, or the only item in block number 2, bill number 36-0085. Who speaks to this bill? I do. Senator Amos Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your introduction.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the staff. I offer bill number 36-0085. Act to prevent and rescind any automatic implementation of salary adjustments made pursuant to the recommendation of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission to reclaim unauthorized payments and to establish enforcement and penalties provisions. This piece of legislation came forward from a perspective of where we as a community have to look overall as to what is happening, not only with our economic stance as well as our financial issues that we're having here in the territory, but we have to make sure that when you decide to give individual raises, they're actually tied to performance as opposed to doing things because people feel they're entitled to them. We live in a society apparently where people just don't really care anymore. We sat here and we witnessed several members of the executive branch send in letters basically saying, we're not coming here to have this discussion with you. And let's not beat around the bush. We all know why it happened. This has been at the forefront of this community for months. And we have a meeting right now to discuss these raises, questionable raises at that. We have a meeting to discuss how these things were being implemented via the executive branch, even though there's a long-standing dispute between the executive and the legislative branch as to the legality of the implementation. But somehow, the executive branch, through the wisdom of this governor of the Virgin Islands, went ahead and implemented these raises. I don't support that. And I'm asking my colleagues not to support this type of lawless behavior. At the end of the day, our territory is in a stage where we are growing, we are building. We have to have leaders in place that are going to make the necessary decisions on behalf of the people that are in their best interest, not just looking out for themselves. We have to stop that. And until you have representatives in this institution, in Government House, whether through our delegate to Congress that are serious about representing the people and remembering that it's those very people that went to the polls to put us here and to look out for them, we're going to be having these type of unnecessary discussions because this should have never happened. I understand what happened with this bill. There's been a lot of back and forth. I'm not here to dive into that. But what I'm asking my colleagues to look at this situation for what it is. Can we as a territory afford this? Can we as a territory say that this is justified? With all the things that are happening in our territory right now, trying to rebuild from a hurricane, sewage, potholes, every single thing under the sun, can we honestly say that this is the right thing to do? And my answer to that is no. So I'm asking my colleagues to please support this piece of legislation. I submitted to legal counsel an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which I have circulated. The adjustments that we made to the bill itself are basic things such as we did reduce some of the whereas clauses so we could get straight to the point, as well as this section for dealing with individuals being penalized. We did remove that out of the legislation because I don't want any excuses as to why the executive branch through the governor will utilize that to potentially justify why he's looking for excuses as to why this should not be supported. So I'm asking my colleagues, once we have this poignant discussion today, please look at the bill, look at the amendment in the nature of a substitute, understand what we're trying to execute, and make a decision accordingly. So I will listen to the conversation, and I would like to thank the President as well as my colleagues and everyone that reached out to participate with myself to make sure that this piece of legislation hopefully will be moving forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Colleagues, we will move forward with a 2-minute round. And we're going to start with the minority leader. No. I'm seeing you, Senator Franklin Johnson. I'm seeing you. I thought you had left. I know you had an appointment that you needed to take care of, but this is a priority for you. So, Senator Franklin Johnson, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have some appointments, but this is very important. And I sat here and I jot down some notes because I don't want to miss it at all. It's very simple. Bill 36-0085 is not about opposing fair wages for public leaders. It's about preventing illegal or premature salary increase that bypass the legislative process and the statutory checks that our people deserve. The Compensation Commission role is clearly defined under Title 3, Chapter 25, and yet those procedures have been ignored. Raises were proposed and in some cases implemented without proper legal grounding. Let me be clear. The Commission report was nearly 2 years late, despite the statute requiring it to be submitted no later than May 1 of the 4th year of its term. That alone violates subsection 544A and calls into question the legal basis for any salary changes tied to that report. You cannot build policy on broken foundation. You just simply can't do that. Raises should reflect a clear increase in duties and responsibility, but the Commission recommendation lacks that justification. Where are the benchmarks? Where is the performance data? There is no credible analysis explaining why these positions now merits significantly higher salary. I can remember the letter that this body wrote to the governor, and it was totally ignored. More than one time, seeing the governor meeting him, he said, I could go ahead or no? I gonna get my raise.
Time.
He was deliberate in what he's doing. He meant by any means he was going to go forward. And today the legislature have to stand up and do what they need to do. We need to correct this measure, and then we need to go back and correct many of the measures in that commission statute. But this is the first step here today. And I only wish I could have voted right now because I had a vote. So on session day, at the appropriate time, I definitely support in this measure. We cannot do this. Our people can't afford this. I work with a governor, and I know for sure governor don't have to buy enough food, you know. They don't have to put gas in car, you know. They don't have to pay for a plane ticket, you know. They don't have to pay a light bill, you know. The amount of perks that that position carry. But yet you're looking for a raise. Whilst people making $27,000, and in some cases, some folks probably make less. We got to do what's right, and we got to address this and address this right away. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to put some things in perspective because people have come to my house angry. People have met me in the street shopping. People angry. Go to the restaurant. People angry about this. And you know, someone told me that, well, I guess if it didn't come out like this, I wasn't going to do nothing about it. And I had to give an answer to that individual and tell them that in the 35th legislature, we put in for a petition to be signed to address this issue from the 35th. It didn't go through. We here now. We're going to fix it. That's one. I'm putting in for another appeal to my colleagues in terms of if I have to do another petition, let's do it. When the governor vetoed this bill, the day after, let's have a session to override it. Let's don't wait to put it on our agenda. We're going to get to it when we get to it. That's what got us here.
1 minute.
Now. Let's address it. And finally, I think I have to make an appeal to Governor Albert Bryant. It's because it's easy to veto the bill. Vote for the bill, let's fix this situation here and move on from what we have. We have schools that have to be built that's not built. We have roads that have to be fixed. We have hospitals that need to be done. I have advocated for my whole tenure as a senator for wage increases for employees and battling every year. They know in the testimonies that they're going to come before the legislature, they're fixing how they go, wage increases and stuff. So let's address the real bread and butter issues for our people, and let's not get into a fight over this. So I'm asking you, Governor, just sign the bill, get this over it, and let's move on. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Angel Boquez Jr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Mr. Chair and colleagues and members of the public, we've seen this critical concern, and it strikes at the heart of our legislative authority and the principles of lawful governance. According to Act 8384, the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission was mandated to submit its report no later than May 30th, 2022. And unfortunately, that deadline was not met. And nearly 2 years have passed since the statutory deadline, yet salary adjustments have been implemented based on explicit language within the bill, regardless of that delayed report, without the legislature's formal action and under the presumption of automatic approval due to inaction. So I want to ask a question to legal counsel. And if we can have my time held, or should I ask the question now, Mr. Chair?
1 minute.
Please hold Senator Boquez's time, and we'll bring legal counsel forward so that they can respond to your concerns. Let's take a 1 minute. Committee of the whole stands in recess for 1 minute. Committee of the Whole is back on the record. Senator Bolkes, you may resume with your statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through the chair to legal counsel. The question is, does the 90-day automatic approval clause still apply when the Commission itself has failed to meet its legal reporting deadline? Or is it that the clause is only valid if the submission is made on time as required by law?
Legal counsel?
Yes, through the chair to Senator Bolkes. As I understand your question, it is whether or not, and I want to state this, I'm accurate in what my response is accurate to what you're asking, is whether or not the fact that the requirement for the legislature to act within 90 days after the recommendations were received, considering that the report itself was late, does that make it valid? Is that your question?
Yes.
Okay. So I think those are two things, right? I think from a pure factual standpoint, it is clear on the record that the timelines outlined in Title III, Section 546, I believe, were not adhered to by the Commission, in that there were specific time frames that the report was to be submitted to the governor, the president of the legislature, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Right? So those timelines were not met. Even though there were certain extensions, those timelines were not met. So that is one thing, right? However, that does not mean that the recommendations were not valid. Specifically, the section of Title III that speaks to the 90-day requirement does not contain a provision that indicates what happens, what are the penalties, what are the ramifications if the recommendations were not submitted from a timeliness standpoint. So even though the timelines were violated, the courts have ruled that unless a statute includes a specific provision that speaks to what happens with respect to noncompliance, that does not invalidate the underlying, in this case, the underlying recommendations, right? The requirement of this body to act within 90 days after receipt of the recommendations, that is a separate requirement. That is a totally separate requirement, right? So the recommendations, to your question, are not invalid simply because they did not follow the timelines, and they have no impact nor effect on this body's responsibility to act. Had the statute had certain ramifications for not failing to act timely, then we'd have a different conversation. But the statute doesn't have that.
Okay, very well. Just by looking at the law and where the actions of the law would take place, they would technically violate 3 VIC 1A and 3 1A, which are the salaries of the governor and the lieutenant governor, right? So we know that the salaries were implemented, but they were only implemented based on what you were also explained to me concerning that they are not nullified. So I think we still have to have a very deep conversation, a very critical conversation, and I'm very upset that we didn't have the testifiers here today to be able to inquire more, because just that response from legal counsel gives me a different perspective of which I would want to ask additional questions to the testifiers. So I'm hoping, Mr. Chair, if I might wrap up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hoping that all the testifiers present themselves so that we can dive into this discussion for the time and energy and effort that it truly deserves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Angel Bolkes. Point of inquiry, Senator Alma Francis Heilger, you're recognized.
Thank you. Point of inquiry to the chair to legal counsel. In regards along the line, similar to what my colleagues was referencing, based on your interpretation and reading of the law, if the recommendation is not nullified just because there's no type of penalties for missing a particular date, would that mean that the recommendations could have just been arbitrarily implemented outside of that? Or were there anything specific how the law was written to state that they could not have just been implemented like that?
Chief Counsel Cardi,
Yes.
you may respond.
Yeah, through the chair to Senator Francis Heiliger. To answer that question, we have to look at Title III, Section 546. And Section 546 specifically provides that the legislature shall act upon the recommendations of the commission not later than 90 days after the recommendation has been submitted to the legislature. Non-action on the recommendations within the 90-day period is deemed an approval by the legislature of the recommendations. Now, if the commission's recommendations are approved or amended, the salary, expense, allowance, and other emolument determinations take effect for the legislative session immediately following the next general election. So to answer your question in this context, we now have to look at when was, for the purposes of this conversation, I am not opining on whether or not the recommendations were properly or the recommendations were received by this body. But for the sake of discussion, to the extent that the recommendations, it is my understanding that the governor and the Chief Justice acknowledged receipt of the recommendations on August the 13th, 2024, right? Which meant that the legislature would have had to act 90 days after August 13th, 2024. If you count 90 days after August 13, 2024, I believe it is November, I think it was in early November of 2024, which was preceding the 2024 general elections. So by the plain wording of this statute, that even if the legislature got it and didn't do anything with it, when you count 90 days, it is preceding the 2024 general elections, which then means that they take effect immediately following the next general election, which is November 2026. So, specifically to your question, they could not be arbitrarily implemented. They have to be implemented in accordance with Section 546 of Title III.
Okay, thank you so much, and I needed that to also be on the record. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your point of information to legal counsel.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Legal counsel, with all of the different discussion or explanation that you had in reference to the inquiries, is it also not the responsibility of the Senate, or can the Senate, notwithstanding what was passed, doesn't the Senate still have the authority to rescind any pay raises? Doesn't that, based on Section 20 of the Organic Act, doesn't that power lie within this body to rescind any raises, notwithstanding any public commission report?
Attorney Carty, you may respond to the question.
Through the chair to Senator Viale, specifically for the record, and I want to cite it specifically. Section 20 of the Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands, as amended, provides the salaries and travel allowances of the governor, lieutenant governor, the heads of executive departments, other officers and employees of the government of the Virgin Islands, and the members of the legislature shall be paid by the government of the Virgin Islands at rates prescribed by the laws of the Virgin Islands. this body is who enacts the laws of the Virgin Islands. So pursuant to Section 20 of the Revised Organic Act, it is this body that prescribes, in a nutshell, the salaries of, in this case, the governor, lieutenant governor, and the head of executive departments. Pursuant to that authority, in Title III, Section 1A, this body, the legislature, I should say, says the governor shall receive a salary of $150,000 per annum. Similarly, in Title III, Virgin Islands Code Section 31A, the lieutenant governor shall receive a salary of $125,000 per annum. This body has set those salaries in the Virgin Islands Code. So it is to this body, pursuant to its authority under Section 20, that establishes salaries of the governor, lieutenant governor, and if it so chooses, all members of the executive branch. So consequently, this body also has the authority to rescind or change salaries that are not in accordance with Section 20 of the Revised Organic Act and any applicable local law.
And just follow up, and to your knowledge as chief counsel, has there been any submission of legislation that changes what is contained in the Virgin Islands Code in reference to the salary being $150,000 and $125,000? Was that changed? Was that codified at any point?
Through the chair to Senator Bailey, I am not aware, nor have I seen any such proposed legislation that amends or changes the salaries that are currently codified in Title III, Section 1A or Title III, Section 31A.
Thank you.
Senator Giddens, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be remiss if I didn't express that I too am troubled and frankly dismayed by the blatant absence of financial personnel from the governor's office. Now, I heard the question before to legal counsel about the 90 days. However, I want to go back before the 90 days, because in January of 2025, when this came about somehow in the media, I did send a request for an opinion from the Office of Legal Counsel, and they responded back on January 24th, 2025. And basically, there were three questions posed about the authority of the governor, whether or not the governor can legally increase the salaries of the governor and lieutenant governor based on solely on the commission's recommendation without submitting a formal legislative proposal for consideration by the legislature. The short answer was no. The second one was regarding the conflict of Title III Virgin Islands Code, asking, do such increases conflict with Title III of the Virgin Islands Code, Section 1 and 31 of the VI Code, which establishes the processes and authority for handling compensation adjustments? And the short answer was yes, it does conflict. And also another conflict question with the Revised Organic Act, would these proposed salaries increases violate Sections 11 and 20 of the Revised Organic Act of the VI Code, specifically regarding the legislative authority over matters of salary and compensation? And the short answer was yes. I go back to this because as a result of that, this body sent a letter to the governor, I believe dated February 3rd, 2025, stating the position of the legislature. In short, the letter also cautioned the governor of moving forward with any implementation of raises because the report was not submitted timely. And despite the legislature issuing this formal written correspondence advising that his action and the raises, if they were to be implemented just like that unilaterally, that we may have to seek judicial intervention, now he still went ahead and did that. Now this violates the separation of powers, And I wanted to ask legal counsel regarding that, because if the compensation report was due on in 2022 and submitted 2 years later, what does that mean? Is that what does that mean if it was 2 years later, the report submitted?
Attorney Carty, you may proceed with the response.
Through the chair to Senator Gittens, I'm not sure if I'm understanding your question. What does it mean? I think the facts speak for itself. It means that it was late. Now, as I indicated before, that does not automatically invalidate it, because the statute did not prescribe any consequences for late submission and so forth. So that does not, the fact that it was late, it is what it is. It was late.
So the executive decision to act on a significantly delayed report without legislative concurrence, you're saying does not violate the principle of separation of powers?
I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that there are two distinct issues here. The first issue is that the recommendations, even though they were late, are not invalid. That's one issue. However, the second issue is what happens after those recommendations were submitted. So even though they were late and are valid, the fact is that the legislature has certain statutory obligations, specifically to within 90 days act. And if the legislature did not act, then they're deemed valid. So where we are now, if in fact the requirement of the statute as it relates to implementation was not followed, was not adhered to, then we have a potential separation of powers argument. But that has nothing, and I want to be very clear, the fact that the recommendations were late does not automatically invalidate the recommendations. The issue occurs in terms of what the governor may or may not have done that is not in compliance with the statute that raises a potential separation of powers issue.
Thank you, Counsel. Mr. Chair, I'll rest but this seems like double standards, because if the legislature failed because they didn't act in 30 days, we should also be looking at the fact that this document was allegedly received some 2 years later, which in my opinion should have been null and void. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittens. Attorney Carty, I wanted to ask you, I know you were responding to my colleague earlier. I wanted to ask you if there is any prohibition, to your knowledge, against the legislature reducing the salary of a sitting governor, to the best of your knowledge.
Mr. President, to the best of my knowledge, I'm not aware of any such prohibition. I'm not aware of it. I mean, obviously that's something, if necessary, we would research. But based on my knowledge of the Revised Organic Act nor of the Virtual Code, I'm not aware of any such provision.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Attorney Carty. Senator Frederick, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please excuse my voice, the Sahara dust. Good afternoon, listening and viewing audience, my colleagues, the invisible testifiers, central staff. This is the first time I'm actually speaking to no one. You know, we have all these questions, but the executive branch chose not to visit us today for whatever reason, which is, to me, it's an affront to the people of the Virgin Islands. We're here to deal with a very serious issue that's been plaguing the community for some time now. When I got in office, this was the hottest topic. I was a little annoyed because I thought my win was the hottest topic, but it turned out to be the governor's salary was more important. And so I had to listen to this on and on and on, and now we're at this point where I'm still hearing about it and nothing has been done. My understanding about VI Code and the Revised Organic Act of 1954 squarely place our responsibility as legislators,
1 minute,
lawmakers, as the responsible party when it comes to the compensation for the governor and lieutenant governor. This is a matter that this body could deal with. I understand the technical issues we're going back and forth with legal counsel, whether or not the report might be illegitimate because of the delay timing, and you know, when is the 90 days actually in effect. It doesn't matter to me. I think we should repeal the law and move forward. This should be quite simple. The public is watching us and they want to know, what are we going to do? We're the first branch of government. We need to act like it. We represent the people. And our constituents, every single one that I've spoken to so far, they want to repeal the governor and lieutenant governor's salary.
time.
So I think we should, as a body, seriously go ahead and move forward on this issue and be done with it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Novel Francis, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Today we're addressing the issue of Bill 36-0085, which calls for the repeal, if we want to call it that, or rescinding of the governor's salary increase. To date, we still have not seen any factual information in regards to that the governor have actually received a salary increase. We know that there's a NOPA that was prepared for him, and that in fact that he's slated to receive a salary increase. I want to take you back a little bit to Act 6905, which in December 26 of 2006, the legislature raised the salary of the governor and the Senate back then. It created hail and firestorm in the Virgin Islands after that bill. As a result of that, this legislative body found it necessary to designate the Virgin Islands Public Official Compensation Commission with Act 78, and that was followed by Act 8384. And once again, after the compensation have rendered a decision, of course, there's a lot of discussion of whether or not that's legal or illegal, and certainly the courts and our legal counsel have advised us of that. But once again, there's a gnashing and wailing of the public in respect to that. So where do we go from here? You know, we will be taking some action over the next couple of days, but what happens to the situation of salary increases for elected officials moving forward? That seems to, there's never a right time for us to consider the salary increase of those individuals. And, you know, we will have to, this body will have to make that determination, what that would look like moving forward. And, you know, I am hoping that we're prepared to make that decision. Timing is everything. And certainly we have heard from the public their sentiments in regards to this salary increase, and we have to take action again to bring some relief to the public sentiments in respect to that. But my concern, and if I may just wrap up here, Mr.
Yes, you may.
Chair, is where do we go from here? What is the independent entity that will be able to make that decision whether or not individuals elected to office will receive a salary increase, or are they stuck for the rest of their life receiving the same salary that has been designated for them? And that is the hard decision that will have to be made, and that will not be taken lightly, because again, we will be up against a firestorm whenever that decision is made, regardless of what that form looks like. So we need to be prepared to handle that matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting my conscience at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Maurice James, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
You said, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said 2 minutes?
I did.
Okay, good. Through the chair to Attorney Carty. Attorney Carty, I want to focus more on the automatic provision that was included in Act. Hello? Okay, thank you. The, in Act 8384, which stated that non-action would be deemed approval, I think for me that's where my focus has been, because it would seem to me, and the question to you is, wasn't that a violation of the delegation doctrine?
Attorney Carter, you may respond.
Through the chair to Senator James, I was not counsel to this body when this bill was passed. And when this law, when the original act was passed, Act 7374, I believe, and then subsequently amended through Act 78, 78, and 8384. Thank you. I was not counsel to this body. Had I been counsel, I would advise the body not to enact this because of the situation that we're having now.
Right, because it is a violation. Section 9 of the Organic Act states that you have to have a bill in order to have law to be enacted. And so there's no legislative process within 8384 that allows the recommendation to become law. Do you agree with where I'm going?
So if I understand what you're saying, the process to address recommendations, in this case, of the Public Officials Compensation Act would have been to bring legislation, because this body acts, votes or not votes on legislation before it. So what should have happened was you would have had a bill presented to this body, right, that would to enact the recommendations of the Public Compensation Commission, and if a majority of the body voted yes, they're enacted. If the majority of the body voted no, they're not acted. Because to your point, it is this body, pursuant to Section 20 of the Organic Act, is who prescribes the salaries and rates and emoluments and so forth.
Right.
And the way that this body acts is through legislation.
Right.
So the way this provision is essentially
allows salary recommendations to become effective without, essentially, without action by this body.
Well, doesn't that render Act number 8? May I conclude?
Yes,
I'll conclude
you
with
may.
this. Doesn't that then render Act 8384 null and void, not legal, because it didn't follow the Organic Act in terms of it didn't. We didn't have a bill. The bill, let's say that the legislature did approve it, it would still have to go to the governor. You know what I'm saying? The entire legislative process was totally. They abdicated the legislative process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I don't have a question.
You want a legal counsel to respond? Or was that
The
a
question
statement?
is, I know that we're focusing on deadlines, and that's not where my focus is on. We're counting calendar days, we're focusing on deadlines, and my point is the very act itself. And I think I have standing, and I think we all have standing, we can say that act. I don't want to use the word unconstitutional because we don't have a constitution. So what would you say? It's in violation of the Organic Act? Is that what you would say?
I do not believe the entire act is in violation of the Organic Act.
I'm specifically focusing on the automatic provision. Right. That's the only place that I looked at that I had a problem with because I saw an abdication of the responsibility of a legislature to act, to pass a bill. That's where I'm focused on.
And in that specific instance, that specific section, I believe, could easily be argued as an abdication of the legislative responsibility to set salaries, because the law, this provision allows for recommendations to take effect based on non-action by the body. And I believe that's where we are, if not crossing the line, very close to crossing the line of the constitutional requirement or the requirement of the Organic Act of this body pursuant to Section 20. But I want the record to be clear. I do not believe that the entire 8384 violates it, because this body does have the authority to establish a compensation commission. This body does have, when I say this body, the legislature has the authority to receive recommendations. The issue is what happens after you receive those recommendations. And I might add parenthetically, in Act 8384, the legislature of the Virgin Islands amended Title II, Section 71, which previously set the salaries for members of this body, and it's tied to the recommendation of the Compensation Commission. Yes. So this body acknowledged that the Public Employees Compensation Commission was a valid entity. It was a valid process. But the fact is, at the end of the day, this body still has to have the final say on the record. And only other point I would make, when 8384 was passed, and the legislature tied its compensation to the public officials' compensation report, they didn't do the same thing for the governor and lieutenant governor. Those sections were not amended. They still remained at 150 for the governor salary, 150 for the lieutenant governor. I'm sorry, 125 for the lieutenant governor.
Thank you, sir.
Very, very interesting argument, and I'm not a lawyer, but I find the argument fascinating. I wanted to ask you, though, Attorney Carty, just based on the exchange between you and, I almost say Attorney James, but Senator Attorney James. Now, doesn't the legislature have the authority to delegate its responsibility to this compensation commission and to decide, that we're going to put this provision in, right? The legislature, the lawmaking body, they're going to put this provision in to say, if we don't respond by a date certain, this bill becomes law. As lawmakers, do we have that authority to delegate what would normally have been a process that we would affirm or disaffirm, that we decide we want to put it in the hands of an automatic affirmation, but that's just my question.
Mr. President, the legislature of the Virgin Islands had full authority to create the provisions that are now in Title III, Section 5, beginning at 540 through 546, which is titled the Virgin Islands Public Compensation Commission. So the legislature had the authority to create that commission. They had the authority to create the processes that is outlined in the cited statute. They had the authority to delegate, to tell this commission to make recommendations to this body with respect to the various levels of compensation that is contained in the recommendations, right? So the legislature had full authority to delegate that to the commission. However, the Revised Organic Act speaks to the laws that prescribe the rates. Laws are passed by this body. So those recommendations, once they're submitted to this body, all right, which was all proper, it was done right, then this body then has the authority and has the, I would argue, the exclusive authority to then say we accept or we reject these recommendations. And that is done through legislation, whether you voted up or you voted down.
Understood. Thank you very much for your response. Senate, point of information, Senator Cordiale.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And based on the argument, there's no part of 8384 that gave the automatic right to change Title III in the Virgin Islands Code. That will still have to be and can only be changed by legislation from this body. So whether or not the automatic approval was given, and I'm not saying that I think it did, but whether or not automatic approval was given, it is not valid unless it's embedded in the section of the Virgin Islands Code that gives us the authorization to set the salary for the governor, lieutenant governor. Is that right?
Attorney Carty, you may respond.
Through the chair to Senator Viale. So, Senator, what you're referring to is a legal doctrine called repeal by implication. All right? And what that means, and I'll say it in a nutshell. When the legislature passes Bill A and comes back in a subsequent time and passes Bill B, if those two bills conflict, the courts have ruled at that point, what you have is the legislature, without saying it, repeal the first bill when you pass the second bill. All right? That's repeal by implication. In our opinion that we issued to the Senate President on January 24th, we addressed that issue. And we said that that doctrine doesn't apply here because what is now in Title III, I believe is Act 8384, right? That was passed by this body, right? But the section of Title I that sets the governor and lieutenant governor's salary does not conflict with this. These are what is in Act 8384 were simply recommendations for salary and compensation to this body. It was up to this body to accept or reject those recommendations. It doesn't conflict with the fact that this body separately in Title I, Section 1 and Section 31 has set the salary of the governor and lieutenant governor. And it's up to this body to do one of two things, to either change it to another number for the salary for the governor and lieutenant governor, or say that the governor's salary is no longer 150, lieutenant governor's salary is no longer 125, and it's whatever this commission recommends, as you did with the salaries for members of this body. This body never did that. So there's no automatic implementation for salary increases for the governor, lieutenant governor, simply based on what is here. Because it is our position that Act 8384 did not repeal by implication the provisions that already set the salaries of the governor and lieutenant governor that's in Title I.
Nor can this body amend Section 20 of the Organic Act. And the Virgin Islands Code Title III is based on the language in Section 20, which gave this body the authority to set the salaries, and in the Organic Act it was set at 150 and 125, and there's no way or no place in 8384 that literally says that you can circumvent Section 20 of the Organic Act in order to change Section 3 without actual legislation being enacted.
That is correct. It is okay. This Section 20 of the Organic Act is crystal clear, in our opinion, right? So the authority of this body to set, and I want to be very clear, it is not just the executive branch. It is the entire government of the Virgin Islands that this body has the authority to set the rates of compensation and salaries and emoluments and so forth. It is this body, right? And pursuant to that authority, this body historically, right, has set the salaries of the governor, lieutenant governor. At one point, this body used to set the salaries of commissioners as well. At one point, right? So it is that because of that authority that is invested in this body pursuant to Section 20 of the Organic Act.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator James, you recognize your point of information.
Through the chair to legal counsel, what you just said prompts the question that I asked you earlier off the record. And so we're going to get to that right now. You said this body has the right to set the salaries of executive heads of departments, yet through executive orders, the salaries of those commissioners have been increased. In addition to that, in the judicial branch, we don't also set the salaries. can we enlighten ourselves, or me, and if no one else, how this is being done in this government of the Virgin Islands if this legislature has the sole authority over the purse strings of the government? Are we not then allowing others to make fiscal decisions that only this body should be making?
Attorney
Through
Carty.
the chair to Attorney Carty.
Attorney Carty, you may respond.
Through the chair to Senator James, I'm not going to comment on the fiscal side of it. I'll just comment on the legal side of it. The reason why the governor has the authority to set salaries for executive branch employees, because Section 11 of the Revised Organic Act gives him that authority to issue executive orders. And so there was a point in time where the salaries for commissioners were set by statute.
Right.
And there were, if I remember correctly, there was an original, I'm not sure if it was original, but at one point it was $35,000 per annum. Then it was increased to $45,000 per annum. Then it was increased to $55,000 per annum. And then I think it went up as high as $65,000 per annum. So then at that point, and it was either an administration of Governor Farrelly or Governor Turnbull, I'm not sure exactly which administration it was, that whether it was a legislative enactment, something passed by this body, to allow the governor to execute salary increase and set up a salary scale for the executive branch by executive order. And if you look at every executive order that has emanated as a result of that time frame, it speaks to, by the authority vested in me, pursuant to Section 11 of the Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands. It cites that as the authority, right? And that's allowable because this body allowed that to occur. I'm not saying that in a negative sense. This body allowed that to occur. Now, if this body determines that we are going to set the rates, however this body, or majority of this body, chooses to do that, you're within your right to do so. At some point, this body gave the discretion to the judiciary to set the salaries of the members of the judiciary, right? If this body determines that we should be the one, for whatever reason, fiscal or otherwise, then this body has the right to do that because Section 20 gives you that right to do that. I'm not advising one or the other whether or not you should, but you do have that authority under Section 20.
Just a follow-up. I'm not advising that either. I just wanted the public to realize the authority that this body has. That's really what I'm trying to get at. That we have the power, and that's basically it.
Thank you very much. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. I almost gave you 5. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's clear that this body has the authority to rescind any salary increases of the executive branch. We've just heard from our chief legal counsel. So I want to go on the record that as the chairman of the Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Committee, I cannot support any increases for the governor, lieutenant governor, and any member of the executive branch because the operating rooms lack supplies for basic surgeries, leading to harmful delays in treatment. I cannot support it while our OBGYN physicians and surgeons have canceled elective cases in 2025 due to shortages in the operating room. I cannot support it while the hospital is short on TPA. That's the drug you use for heart attack and strokes. We have shortages of antibiotics to treat basic infections. We lack cardiac medications for severely high or low blood pressure. We don't even have sufficient supply of the tetanus vaccination, which is the standard of care. Critical equipment remain unrepaired due to outstanding vendor payments. We have non-functioning monitors, reducing the care for patients and increasing emergency room wait times. Wang Louis portable X-ray machines are not performing well. You know, we have a shortage of ultrasound technicians, and on and on and on and on. I cannot support any increases for the governor, lieutenant governor, and all the executive staff. So I have signed on to the amendment to bill number 36-0085 in the nature of a substitute. And I have one other main concern in that Southern Trust fund that was established by the Epstein, it was about $145 million, and we received testimony from the chairman of finance, the commissioner, that it was earning interest at 5%. So I'm asking, what happened to that extra $7,250,000 in interest that we should have received? Of course, I've asked for information through the chair of the finance committee, but I'm not going to get it because they're not going to account for that interest. And that has happened over and over again. It's the same thing with the Mellon Bank of New York, with over $170 million we have in there. I never get an accounting for the interest. You know, we have funds in the government. We're generating more than $14 million in interest for some of these funds, and you never receive an accounting. So this raise is dead on arrival. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again to the people of the Virgin and my colleagues. I do support this measure, but I strongly disagree with some of the provisions of the bill, particularly in whereas clauses. I believe that the raises should be rescinded because of the current fiscal climate and because they have a grave issue with the process that occurred after the Commission report was completed. I find it intensely disturbing, though, that the action of or inaction of one person, in particular any Senate President, which can determine whether a proposal can become law. This is why I have submitted legislation to set and clarify standards and procedure for the submission of documents to the legislature for consideration. The whereas clauses of this bill do not properly address the legality or illegality of the governor's action, even if recommendations were deemed approved due to the Senate's inaction, as pointed out by legal counsel. But the Compensation Commission was created for a good reason, which is that elected officials should not be placed in a position of unilaterally setting their own salaries. Again, we should not be setting our own salaries. As such, the issue should not be whether the Commission and its actions were valid, but whether the proper procedure was followed in terms of notice to this body and when the raises become effective. So it's important to remember that, because there is no way we should be setting our own salary, because it's going to cause controversy anyway, and it should not be happening. So the Commission was placed into law for a reason. And I think it was for a good reason, but the law needs to be followed. That's the bottom line. So I will be supporting the legislation. It's a good legislation, but I just want to see some of the whereas clauses clarified in the bill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Kurt Viele, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad that we have had an opportunity to look at this bill and to be able to amend it. I want to thank those individuals that met along with the sponsor, Senator Alma Francis Silagas, Senator DeGraff, Senator Potter, and we went through this bill and came up with the amendment in the nature of a substitute. So thank the sponsor for bringing it. But I want to be clear, because we're having a lot of discussion back and forth in reference to procedure, in reference to what took place. And the reality is, this body, according to Section 20 of the Organic Act, have the right to set the salary of the governor and lieutenant governor, notwithstanding anything. It doesn't make a difference as to whether or not this process was appropriate. It was the approval process wasn't what it's supposed. It really does not make a difference. This body have the right to set the salary as per Section 20 of the Organic Act.
1 minute.
The Virgin Islands Code was never changed. It was never changed to reflect any higher salary. So the salary as codified is $150,000 and $125,000. And unless that is changed in the Virgin Islands Code, it can't be changed to a higher amount. It just can't. But this bill is going to clear everything up. Because this bill is simply just saying, take it back because of the dire fiscal conditions of this government, because implementation of this bill would carry the governor from the 28th highest paid in the nation out of 56, including territories, to the 10th. To the 10th. With states that have millions of individuals, that have surplus funds, that are in way better fiscal condition than the Virgin Islands, that have quality health care, good education system. We're right now looking for money for education, for summer repairs, because we lost federal funding. So we can't stand here and act like the Virgin Islands is in this great financial condition. I know the statement is, it will never be a good time. But guess what? This is the worst time. The worst time possible. Because when have our hospitals been in as bad condition as now? Infrastructure, education, you could just go across the board. Coupled with the fact that last fiscal year, according to the financial team, we had $100 million deficit last fiscal year. And this year we're having a deficit again. Are we considering anything to raise the highest paid official in government? We don't have a discussion about that. When the $27,000 was vetoed 2 years ago because of fiscal conditions, $27,000 to $32,000, which is coming back today, that was vetoed. So we got to remember, we got to be careful, you know, because the public, they're not upset, you know, they're beyond upset. And anywhere you go, they tell you about it. So it's the responsibility of this body to do the right thing and rescind these raises. When the veto come, override the veto and ready to file in court if the laws of this legislature are not adhered to, because they have been violated time in and time out again by a governor that feels he could do whatever he feels like. I will end with this. The law says that no commission member could serve 2 years, could be appointed to any position for a period of 2 years. And government also said, too bad with that. I'm going to assign somebody and you guys can't do anything. So if they don't move that person from that position, we need to zero fund that position out of BER. Because you cannot continue to allow for the administration to do what they want, when they want, how they want. It just doesn't work that way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. From day one when we were sworn in up until now, just about every week, I'm helping some vendor trying to get paid. And I ain't talking about no off-island vendor. I'm talking about our local vendors.
Yep.
Every night I go sleep and I wake up, I hear on the mainland some uncertainties about federal funding. All of this is very troubling to me. When I ran, I know what the salary was. I know what I signed up for. I didn't ask for any increase. But as I hear all the debates and talk about salaries and so forth,
1 minute.
I also know there's blame that could go on both sides. So I am not going to sit down here today and act like blame can't go both ways. But based on our fiscal climate at this time, I cannot wholeheartedly and consciously move forward when I know, for some of the many reasons that were stated here today, and talk about salary adjustments for the hierarchy of this government. Did I think the previous bodies did a correcting in selecting a compensation commission? Yes. I don't think that I should be the one determining my salary. I think that should be independent and apart from me. But I'm not going to negate the fact of timing. I'm not going to sit down here and tell the public the report was late. That's factual. But one tells it too. We funded it after the reporting time too. So that means we expected a report. And again, until we could say the street lighting from East End to West End fixed, the hospital fixed, we could see schools going up, we could see tangible things. Colleagues, I can't move forward with it. So, at the appropriate time, I'll vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Initially I was ranting and raving that the 2 minutes wouldn't be enough. But you know what? Just listening to this, it's enough. Because I wouldn't continue to add to the procedural arguments. I just say, let's get the bill on the floor this Wednesday and do what we need to do and just repeal the act. I did, in fact, say before and many times before, let's take the administration to court because of the blatant disregard that this administration have shown towards this body and in not adhering to laws passed. We can't continue to allow the governor or anybody to pick and choose what laws they want to follow as it suits them. And I am saying that as the first branch of government, when we put laws in place and they're not followed, then that's the way for us to handle the matter. But I could name a whole slew of things since I've been here and working with this administration that they just pick and choose what they want to adhere to. And we can't allow that. But the quickest route to handle this and show the people of the Virgin Islands that we mean business is to repeal the act. It was stated time and time again from council that the body has the authority. So if the body has the authority, then body, let's do right by the people of the Virgin Islands. It's been stated before that our schools are in disrepair, roads are in disrepair, hospital can be built, etc. Will there ever be a good time to look at the implementation of raises for public officials? Maybe not. But the thing is let's make sure that the people of the Virgin Islands feel like we are working in their best interest and not looking out for our self-interest. Again, at the appropriate time, I will vote for a repeal of this measure come Wednesday. I'm looking forward to the bill being on the floor. And if the administration continues, colleagues, to not send people down to the legislature when we request their presence to have these meaningful discussions, then again, the body must show that we are a responsible body and we can act without their input. We gave them an opportunity and they're not here. So we will just do what we have to do. I'm looking forward for the opening of the budget season starting tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I firmly believe that we need to be calm. We need to be sober. We need to be deliberate in our response. I think for the most part we have been. When the Compensation Commission results came out, we calmly asked our legal counsel to provide us with a legal opinion, which he did. This body saw significant flaws with the legislation. We didn't take the governor to court at that time because nothing was implemented. It was just a couple weeks ago, last week I believe, that we discovered that the raises were implemented. Now that the raises are implemented, the ball is in the court of the legislature to take action, and we are taking action right now. I was fortunate to be a part of Senator Heiliger, myself, Senator Cord VLA, Senator DeGraff, in crafting, fine-tuning the bill to repeal the raises. And that's the direction we're going to go. I mean, I know we all live in this community. We all go to dinner. We all go to the supermarket. And we all are bombarded by people who are frustrated and angry that these raises were implemented, particularly at this time. I think that we clearly, legal counsel indicated that we have some procedural concerns. There are some legal concerns. It's indicated that raises should be enacted affirmatively by this body, by some affirmative action, some clear, deliberate action of this body. That wasn't done. So as a result, the bill to rescind these raises will be coming, as my colleague before me mentioned, will be coming before this body on Wednesday. And the body will take action to rescind the raises. Of course, that's the action that's within our power. It is within our power to do so. Obviously, the governor of the Virgin Islands, also in order for the bill to become law, the governor has to sign it. The governor is inclined not to, then this body has an opportunity to override the bill. And that is the process that we have in this democracy that we all exist in. I think the bill will further solidify the intent of the 36th legislature to freeze the implementation of these executive branch raises at a time when we clearly we're struggling with basic healthcare supplies, infrastructure, education, WAPA, roads, medicines, paying basic vendors. We are struggling with that. So implementing these raises in this context, we believe, or I believe, will be physically irresponsible and insensitive to the hardships faced by ordinary Virgin Islanders. And that is where I stand on this bill. At the appropriate time on Wednesday, I plan to vote in the affirmative for this bill. Colleagues, we've exhausted our round of questioning for this. I have no, we will now, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are in fact recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. First of all, I want to say thank you to my colleagues for this dialogue that we had an opportunity to do today. And I'm not going to belabor the conversation. I think we have more than enough support, and especially hearing the resounding cry of this public, we as their representatives know what has to be done. But I think the conversation that we're having today came about because fundamentally as an institution, we have to hold one head. We cannot continue in a situation where we have a governor and executive branch that believe that they could stomp on the necks of this institution whenever they feel like it. We have to separate ourselves from party politics. We have to separate ourselves from individualism. And when it comes to the point when we have to collectively fight on behalf of the people, we do it unified. I am not an individual that likes that a governor goes on the airwaves and tells the public point blank, I could do what I want to this institution.
1 minute.
I hate that. And I don't think y'all know to the extent of how much I hate it. Because we are a very powerful branch of government. And until we start acting like it, this is the type of lawless behavior that is going to continue to happen. That is my fundamental issue as to why we even having this conversation in the first place. So I'm asking my colleagues, please, when we ask the question, when should we get raises? Oh, how about we should get raises when you could walk into a hospital and actually get services? I had to go to the hospital week before last week. Do you know I couldn't get a particular service just because we couldn't afford an individual to be there to just check my heart? Simple things. I asked for a particular toxicology test. You know what I was told? Senator, we don't got them things here. We ain't got them kind of supplies. These is basic things that you could go to any hospital and get. And I was told I couldn't get these services right here in this territory. So understand how the people of this territory feel. Know their plight. When they go to the grocery store and they have to penny pinch, that hurts them. When they have to go pay at the gas pump, it hurts them. But we all sitting up in here, and people want to fight us over money, over a raise. And the very people that stood up at those poll lines and said, please, I'm asking y'all to come in here and represent me. We have to put them first and foremost. So I don't want to drag this out, but I am just asking for you guys' support. Make sure that the people of this territory is your #1 priority. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Just one final thought on this is that I know there was no consideration of these salary increases in the FY 2025 budget. So I think that's another significant point for us to ponder on. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for a final block of the day, block 3?
Block number 3, consideration of bill. Bill number 36, that's 0053, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 5, Section 555B, to increase the minimum annual salary for full-time employees of the government of the Virgin Islands, its semi-autonomous agencies, and independent instrumentalities from $27,040 to $32,000.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Violet, please proceed with your introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I offer bill number 36 at 0053, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 5, Section 555B, to increase the minimum annual salary for full-time employees of the government of the Virgin Islands, its semi-autonomous agencies and independent instrumentalities from $27,040 to $32,000. Well, Mr. Chair, you could see that this bill is the complete opposite for what we're rescinding, that these employees will be receiving what can be calculated as basically a $5,000 raise versus the $42,000 that we are going to rescind. But when I looked at this, and this bill was offered back in the 34th legislature, towards the closing, the end of the 34th legislature, was passed by this body. I think it was passed with just about everybody supporting it, and the bill was subsequently vetoed by Government House. And it was vetoed because at that point the governor said that there was not sufficient funding, this wasn't done, that wasn't done, and there was not a need for it to move forward. The bill was once again given to a senator. Senator Frankie Johnson had this bill in the 35th legislature. It was never heard. So the bill is back. This is also one of the primary sponsors. And this bill seeks to give individuals, I can't say a total living wage, but to give them a bump up so that they can be able to afford the cost of living in the Virgin Islands. At $27,000, the gross is $1,038 every 2 weeks. I'm in receipt here of pay stub that I asked some of those employees making $27,000 to share with me. And there's one employee here who was receiving $311.79 every 2 weeks. After paying for group health insurance, GRS, AFLAC, $311 take-home pay every 2 weeks. While we fully well know that many individuals have to pay a whopper bill of $300+. And we know that going to the supermarket just to pick up some simple items clearly run us over $100 every single time. And if you do a full shopping, it's $400 or $500. Imagine if you have children, how much it costs. This raise will move the salary from the $1,038 every 2 weeks to $1,230. So it's a $200 increase. And I'm hoping that with this increase, that they'll be able to at least be able to pay for one of the many outstanding bills that they have. That is the positive side of the bill. The negative side of the bill, and which I would put on the record, is that it moves employees to $32,000 and they are already employees making $32,000 who's going to stay at $32,000. But it's the job of the union to use their salary as the base for negotiation for the employees that they represent. Because it is this body that raised the minimum salary from $22,000 to $27,000, I think some 8 years ago. And it has not moved since then. So a school lunch worker that has 8 years of service is making $27,000, and the new school lunch worker coming in this year is going to make the same $27,000. This is a forgotten entity of individuals. Our custodians, our groundskeepers, our food service workers, our cooks, this is a forgotten group. And we should not forget about them because they are at the bottom of the pay scale. But that has been done. Some of these individuals have not had a successful contract from 2012. 13 years without a successful contract. This body can't negotiate, but this body could set minimum salaries. And I'm asking for your support in making sure that the lowest paid employee is no longer making $13 an hour. I'm proposing that it goes to $32,000. I had the opportunity to stay in a kitchen for over 2 hours. And when I look at the work that those ladies put in on a regular basis, I felt so bad as to what we were paying them. Getting there before 6 in the morning, cooking, some of them having to drive to the next school to serve the children, go back to the school, clean up, wash, clean the kitchen, cook lunch, serve the food, go back to the next school, come back, wash, and prep for the next day. And do it singing and smiling. And by 2:30, every single kitchen that I visited on the island of St. Thomas and St. Croix was spotless because they took pride in their work. Well, let's take some pride and let's move these employers to $32,000. And let's be prepared that in the event that this bill, if it is vetoed, that we move immediately to give them a decent increase. That is not 3% of 27,000, which is nothing. Okay, 10% of 27,000 is 2,700. And we know when you give employees 3% and they see that $10 on the paycheck, you know how the reaction is. Okay, they literally suck the teeth, they're more upset. So let's give them a substantial bump. I'm asking you to support this bill, colleagues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues. I support this piece of legislation 100%. I know when this legislation was being put forward before, there was some contention. It didn't get the support, in my opinion, that it needed. I thought it should have gone through from a long time ago. A lot of people question how would we maintain this additional couple $1 million, because if you calculate, it's roughly a little bit over $3 or $4 million as a government we would have to be putting out to make sure maintain this. And I remember I told somebody at the time, why don't you calculate how much we spend on travel to go out to this territory and use that as a justification as to why we need to give people this raise. I also said, why don't we pay attention to the amount of overtime in some of these government agencies? And if you even took 10% of that, that would have happily covered this $4 million. So please, when it comes to making the lives of the people better, I don't have a problem putting my money, my mouth, whatever it takes to make sure it's done. So I'm not going to drag this out. I support this 100%. And it is our responsibility as the individuals that control the purse strings to make sure we shift the pennies where they need to go to make sure the people are taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. I believe at some point, colleagues, we're going to also have to address the issue of minimum wage for non-government workers, too, who also feel the pain and the pinch. I know that's a bigger thing, but it is something that we, at some point, are going to have to sit and seriously consider. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of information.
Well, I just want to put on the record when it comes to minimum wage, we did create an entire compensation board to do that. That is still in existence. And after it was increased over the years, it went up to the 1050. It is that particular board that is still in place that is supposed to make a recommendation. And once that recommendation is made, then this body would then have to make those adjustments to put it into law. So we just have to continue with what was originally started. Thank you.
That's my concern. It's supposed to. And it's been more than a decade since we last revisited that. But thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the record, Senator Johnson had to go to physical therapy, so that's why he isn't here. Now, it should be 35,000 because, 2-3 years ago, it was vetoed. Inflation. You're not going to look out for either tell me that. The issue still is, one thing we got to remember in this territory is we come first. Our people come first. Everybody else is looked at as coming. They come down, they talk good. We run behind them. Oh, this one is more intelligent. No. That's why I take the Tarmontry, go left for the Tarmontry over GPS, because that's how I was raised. But I'm saying to my colleague, so Majority Leader, thank you, bringing it back. You say amendment, we could we also get a feedback from the post-audit report in regards to, the feasibility of it going forward and everything too, just for the record. And wage increases, when I think on, this year makes 43 years I'm working in the government. When I started for the government, June 18, 1979, $2.35 an hour I was making. Never miss a day of work, proud to go to work. So I know how these people feel who making $27.40, coming out there, proud people, want to work, willing to work. But
30
really
seconds.
and truly, the time when I joined to the time now is so different that it's up to us, this body here, to make a difference. And Mr. Chair, I do agree with you in terms of looking at non-government workers too and bringing them up. But the most important thing is if we have to find money for a cause and we're starting with our people, that's the best way to start. So us first, then we go with everybody else after. Because when I was growing up, you used to get a paycheck, a check in your hand. And the elders always used to tell me, the first thing you do before you penny your bills, buy yourself a plate of food, then pay your bills after. So you pay your bills on a full stomach. But in this day and age, you go from 27.40 to 32. I'll take that. So I appreciate it. But just remember and keep in mind 35. So I hearing it first. An amendment might be coming forward. We're going to put that in the spot. We go from there. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Angel Bolquez, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Chair and colleagues, as we consider the proposed increase of the minimum annual salary for full-time government employees, which also includes instrumentalities, from 27 to 32,000. I've discussed with the bill sponsor, and he mentioned that he's amenable because I believe that the bill needs to be amended to add a section to establish a requirement for a formal fiscal impact and inflation review. And the amendment would mandate two key actions, a fiscal impact report by OMB, and the report will be forwarded to the legislature with data concerning how the wage increase will affect agency and instrumentalities. And I think instrumentalities is the most important part of this discussion. They would receive a different type of fiscal impact in comparison to departments and agencies. Also, I think it's important that we have a review, whether it's biannual or any amount of years, where they would conduct or BER and finance would conduct an assessment for the cost of living and inflation, those trends in the Virgin Islands, to determine whether future salary adjustments are economically warranted. I think it's important for us to have that data when we make decisions such as this, so that we can have data to back it up. Right now, we don't have data. So it's important that if we do move forward, that we require something such as this so that we are able to get that data in order to make proper decisions concerning this, to back them up with information. And without these provisions, the government risks implementing a well-intentioned policy without understanding the long-term fiscal consequences. The amendment would hopefully ensure or strike a balance between economic relief for the employees and maintaining fiscal responsibility. So I hope when the amendment is prepared, and of course I'm going to continue to work with the bill sponsor so that we work on something that's amenable to include that, so that we can strike that balance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon again to the listening and viewing audience. I would love to put my position on the record for this one. There's no question we need to increase the minimum pay for government employees. That's something that we absolutely should all agree. How much is where I agree with my colleague that says we should do some studies, because just about across the board you'll see most of the employees complaining that their salaries are low. Mm-hmm. So we should start putting together some data, collect the numbers that we need to make these decisions, instead of just arbitrarily keep using numbers without any data behind it. Similar to the issue we just dealt with in the prior bill. You know, we need numbers. You know, compensation commission, maybe that should be a permanent thing in terms of how we determine salaries, but it should be factual, where we know why it's 32, 35, 39, whatever the number is, instead of just a arbitrary and capricious number that, you know, we can't justify. So I have no doubts that the number needs to be higher than 27. And let us be led by the data so we could be fair to everyone. And that way it would take away that uncertainty that the public has. How do you come up with these numbers? I don't even know how they came up with the 150 or the 125 back in 6905. You know, so it takes away that kind of stuff, you know. So let's just clean it up. Let's do it the right way. And I think overall the public would be more comfortable with the decisions we made if they saw that we actually use a methodology that works. And that's my argument. So I'm definitely in support of the bill with some amendments. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I, too, am very much pushing for a salary increase up to $35,000, and I'll tell you why. You know, certainly the numbers that we have seen, I think a $5,000 increase will drive where an employee will receive $194 additional in their paycheck, and we know that between 38 to 44% of that is going to fringe. So the take home would be about $90 per check. What are they going to pay? WAPA, grocery, medication, you know what? You know, we're talking about our grunt workers. You know, again, our chauffeurs, cashiers, sanitation workers, school lunch workers, security, custodians, laborers, groundskeeper, you know, the security, school crossing guards, maintenance workers. You know, those are the grunt workers that's out there that we need to be able to get this job done. So I've asked the post-audit division to really just look at the numbers and see what we're talking about. So far, we have discovered that at least 619 employees will qualify for this, taking it from the $32,000 to $35,000 will cost us an additional a little over $600,000. I truly believe that we could do the necessary research to identify this funding. You know, and what I'm extremely careful of is that when we start to talk about salary increases, we also have to be mindful of what happened in our community in terms of the bump. You know, we see that grocery price go up and all those type of areas, so we want to make sure that they're able to at least receive some type of increase that will be able to sustain them and like you say, help them to be able to pay another bill. You know, so I believe that we should really be working towards $35,000. You know, to start our government employees off, and we're talking about individuals that work at education, the police, civilian, sports, park and recreation, labor, DPP, Lieutenant Governor's office. You wouldn't believe the amount of government employees that have to find a second job. You wouldn't believe, I have seen checks at the end where there's less than $100. Less than $20 in some instances that an employee receives at the end of the day. What do we see happening there? It breeds corruption. You know, these individuals can't make ends meet. They can't buy groceries. They can't pay their bills. You know, it breeds corruption. We have to be able to ensure that our employees receive a reasonable rate, you know, so that they don't drive them into homelessness. You wouldn't believe the amount of government employees that receive SNAP. They have to subsidize their pay every single day. So if we really, I think that we need to work collectively on this and up and down the aisle because it's important that we really bring them some relief. But I believe that getting closer to 35,000 will spend a little bit more in terms of relief. You know, study is good, but at the end of the day, I truly believe that we know we're hearing from them every single day about the hardship that they're experiencing. You know, so while we wait on the study, we have to take them out of that homeless situation and the hunger and everything else and be able to support them. So I'm hoping that we could get closer to $35,000. Thank you very much for the time and opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Mary C. James, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank my colleague, the chair of the Finance Committee, because that was great advocacy on your part in terms of why we should, in fact, pay our workers who do the daily task, the less glamorous, I would say, jobs, and I would say the invisible workers in our community. I understand, though, the position of my colleague about studies, because I myself, until you said the number of employees who were in that range, I did not know. So it's difficult to make a decision in a vacuum without having numbers and understanding. I also, while I was sitting here, I was thinking if you go from if you take the 27 to 32 or 35, then do the people who are making 32 and above feel that somehow they're not beneficiaries of an increase? It's a what? Slide. It's a slide. So I'm going to sum it up by saying that in this situation right now, I would be voting only really from my heart and not from my mind, really, because I don't have enough knowledge to make an informed decision, but my feelings for people who are making 27 to 32, I agree with my colleague. How do they do it? And it is the 2 and 3 jobs. So my vote will be coming from my heart. I'll be honest with everybody right now. But because the chair of the Finance Committee said and advocated for it, and I'm expecting the chair of the Finance Committee to help me make this work.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I understand why you would rely on the finance chair. I understand fully. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's getting better all the time. And, you know, I was just doing some numbers here, and going from $27,040 a week, a year, to $35,000 would be a 29.4% increase. And that's so good. It's so, you know, it's so interesting because the governor was going from 150 to about 194, which is a 29.1% increase. So, in effect, I'm on the Finance Committee, and I would second that, Mr. Finance Chair. Let's give the 29.4% increase to the groundskeepers and the cooks and the housekeeping folks and the custodial workers who really are the backbone. Let's give them that 29% increase. The chair of the Finance Committee said it's going to be less than $700,000. And in the scheme of things with a $1 billion more or less budget, you know, 700,000 is even less than 1% of the budget. So let's work to find this additional $700,000. I am committed so that we can give this 29.4% increase to the workers who make $27,000 or anybody that's less than $35,000 a year. Let's make this happen. I am in full support of making the minimum salary for the semi-autonomous agencies, the government, and the independent instrumentalities of the government of the Virgin Islands. All of them will be at $35,000. Well, sir, Popa. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in full support of this measure. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I definitely would be supporting this legislation to raise a minimum salary to between $32,000 and $35,000 a year. I must say, though, that being in housing space in management for over 21 plus years, I usually did many recertification and interims, and I saw the salary of those individuals, and I will bet that most of those individuals who are at the bottom of the pay scale when it comes to government jobs work 2 to 3 jobs on an annual basis, and many of them are single parents. Many of them are single parents in that space, and they do the heavy lifting most of the time and do not make much in terms of salary. I know in the 32nd legislature, I was a sponsor of government employees getting a raise. And in the 35th, again, I was a primary sponsor, and I also signed on as a sponsor in the 36th legislature. So it's something that needs to be done, that must be done. And I look forward to working with my colleagues to assure that we look out for those individuals when it comes to their annual salary. There isn't much more to say. Let's do it and done. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Been a long day, but a productive day. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I do rise in support of this bill and the amendment from 32 to 35. I wish it could have been a little bit more. But I want to take a little different spin at this. One of my colleagues mentioned earlier about unions. And I have to say this here. Being a former union president, AFT, and Central Labor Council president, I have to say this here. I'm really disappointed in a lot of the labor leaders. They don't go out, go check on the membership. These people paying your salaries. I wish each and every one of them could carry you to pub and file an unfair labor practice. No, they have to do what's right for the people. Defend the people. We go to negotiations, okay. Back and forth, you come out with this, all they say they have. Go back and fight again. Sometimes it does be nothing. Some people haven't seen, I heard a number in there, 13 years. That's nearly two administrations. Come on, let's do right by the people. Definitely, I'm a sponsor of this bill. I signed on to be a sponsor of this bill. And I'm signing on to be a sponsor of the amendment. Because I see what the need is for our people. I think we need to look at other things too, how we could help out our people in other means. And at a later time, I'll be bringing some other bills and amendments to the floor to address those needs of the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Vice President Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, am a primary sponsor on this, and this is a no-brainer for me, because no full-time working employee should have to ever choose between paying rent, mortgage, WAPA, buying food, or even medication. You know, raising the minimum wage is not just even a economic adjustment, but it's a moral responsibility. It's a moral responsibility to ensure that our people can live with a little dignity and be able to carry home something. When people who are making $27,000 show me what they're taking home, I mean, it's sad. You really wonder how are they making it. I'm not talking about those who have a whole bunch of deductions either. We just can't make it. Everything literally going up except these hard-working employees' wages. So I'm looking forward to, along with my other colleagues, moving this piece of legislation and enacting this so that we can bring a little ease to some of these lower-paid employees. Thank you. At the appropriate time, come Wednesday, I am in full support of moving this measure forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens. I concur with you, Senator Gittens, that this is really a no-brainer when you really think about it. My only concern is the cost that we have to factor in. We have to find a way to pay. But when you talk about the compression that will take place, particularly between those persons making the 32 and the 40, when we raise the salary of everybody else, there is going to be a cost that we may not be thinking about that we are going to also have to consider to adjust those persons' salary also. But you're right. With the crazy rate of inflation in our territory, I mean, everybody goes to the store to shop for groceries. With the federal subsidies, that's something that we're not even factoring in, that may not be available at the same levels. Persons who may be receiving some of the federal programs, the SNAP and TANF and all of that, that may not look the way it looks now. We are going to have to take responsibility as a local government to find ways to increase the earning power of our people, for sure. So I'm absolutely in support of this minimum wage bill. I think it's the right thing to do. But I said 35. I am definitely going to rely on the chairman of Budget and Finance to find creative strategies to identify the funding, because I think 35 sounds good. But I also concur with the at-large senator that we need to have the data to sort of understand where we are, what's the living wage, the impact that this is going to have, so that we'll be making the decision based on my colleague, the senator before me mentioned that she will be voting based on her heart, because we just know that $27,000 in this day and age is just not making it. It's something that would just be difficult for me to conceive of. So at the appropriate time, colleagues, I plan to vote in the affirmative for this badly needed salary increase for government employees. Senator Vila, you're recognized for your 2 minutes. Please recognize Senator Vila's microphone media.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The effective date for this bill is going to be October 1st of this year, which is the beginning of the new fiscal year. Make a technical amendment to Mark. I has 26 on the bill. That gives us the entire summer, and that's why I wanted it heard now, because it gives us the entire summer to be able to incorporate this into all of the various budgets across government. I am sure that we could find $4 million, because when I did it last time, it was about $4 million was the amount. We can find $4 million in other areas that could be cut to be able to pay for this bill. Just in gasoline alone for cars driving 24/7 is over $6 million. Okay, we're looking at contracts, we're looking at rent. Overtime for one entity alone is $18 million. Just at 20% cut in overtime would be able to pay for this bill comfortably. I do agree with the at-large senator that there's a need for analysis and studies. And that is why the amendment is going to come. Now, moving forward, that is going to be the expectation of the Personnel Division to provide us with analysis and studies so that we can be able to make decisions. But then the flip side of my brain is saying that a year and a half ago, or maybe going on 2 years now, raises were given to all commissioners and assistant commissioners in the amount of $15,000 to $20,000 each, from 110 and 105 to 135 and 140. And guess what? And some making 145. A had no analysis, A had no study, A had nothing. It was just, bam, give them this $20,000 raise. So I agree with analysis and studies, but not for this one year today. Not for Wednesday. Because all of them got that $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 raise. Some commissioners making 145. And they had no analysis done. You know what really happens? all of those $27,000 employees working 2 and 3 jobs. The bulk of them, especially those that are single parents. When they work 2 and 3 jobs, you know what is the reverse of that? They don't have the time to be able to spend home with their children. This 6,000, 7,000 or 5, if it goes to 35, which would be 8. I just hoping that they could shave off a couple hours every week to spend home with their children. Some quality time. So this isn't just a cost of living increase. This bill is hoping to deal with some of the societal issues we have from many parents having to work 2 jobs and the large amount of single parents that fall into this. And not single parents, single females that fall into this. You go into Plaza, you go into all of the store, it is government workers working in there. I'm a custodian at St. Croix. She worked 4 gas stations, cleaning 4 gas stations to supplement her income. And then when they go to food stamp, they're getting $10 and $20 and $30. It ain't nothing substantial. We can't have a system where you're penalized to work. And you can't have a system where individuals are saying, well, it's best I don't work because I'm going to get more SNAP benefits. You want to provide them with a living wage because when you're working, your children are looking at you working. There's an impact to the community. This really ain't a lot of money. We do change orders for 10 million and all type of stuff. I don't see WAPA doing change. Everybody does change orders. Some of them don't have any study, don't have anything. Who is going to look out for the small person? In the unions. It's not collective bargaining because collective bargaining refused to sign agreement with the unions. They're not bringing them to the table. My mentality and my philosophy is the first group of individuals we always need to look out for are those on the bottom end. That's who the first you got to look out for. And guess what? They'd vote for us all the time with their brains and their heart. So we got to replicate. And we got to pass this. And we got to do what we have to do during budget cycle to make this work. This body has a responsibility and the authority to set commissioners' salary. We gave it up. I don't even know if an executive order came down for the last set of raises, which is in violation. We could take all of that back or no? So we have to decide what direction we want to go. Because one end can make 145 and the next one making 27. And I know everything comes with degrees and experience and everything else, but Lord, that we help them $27,000 employee. Let them make something decent. Let them reduce the hours that they're working in other jobs. And let them remember the 36th legislature that we started the ball rolling in moving them to a different level and forcing the unions to negotiate. And to those unions that are not or having issues with collective bargaining, we need to know. Because if they're just being ignored and then they're not brought to the table, we need to know. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, colleagues. I hope that you support this bill. Let's bring it on Wednesday and let's get it passed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Point of information, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized.
You know, I couldn't let this opportunity slip me by. For 8 years, this is going to be my 9th year, and I'm going to be very consecutive with it, asking for wage increases for the government employees of the Virgin Islands. So to hear my colleagues looking at it the same way, I feel so good. Because, again, that's all about the people. So, again, thank you. Thank you to my colleague, the sponsor of the bill. Thank you to everybody. So, Finance Chair, for confirming that 35. I know we can make it happen. So, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Senator Morris James, you're recognized for your point of information.
I just want to say that I want to thank Ananta from the Sindama source because sometimes people do give you information. And Biko, for those of you who have some time, Biko Macmillan wrote an op-ed February 16, 2025. And when she sent this to me, as I said, I didn't know enough. And for those of you who don't, it's really a good, an excellent analysis. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say that, because sometimes we are educated not only from inside, but from outside. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Senator James. Colleagues, we have exhausted our round of comments and statements and testimony. Thank you very much for your full participation in this very, very productive Committee of the Whole meeting. I want to thank media and stenographers and legal counsel, post-audit team and journal section, and every single person here at the Virgin Islands Legislature who make their contributions, big and small, to enable us to have a successful meeting. The Committee of the Whole meeting of Monday, June 2nd, 2025 is hereby adjourned.